Hello, happy Monday. Welcome to all signs. Who's coming towards you and their energy and feelings this week? So I'm going to tap into all of it. I got quite a few little things here set up. I'll do Aries through Pisces for each zodiac. I have the dice to call out signs. I have time frames to get an additional just for fun of it after each zodiac sign. What spirit wants you to know. So I'm going to play around today, do some different things to bring in some different messages. And so hello, Lisa, hello, Angel. And I just wanted to say thank you, member, for 33 months. I cannot believe it. How long, right? But I loved your message here. Happy Monday, everybody. Stay safe and warm. Northeastern folks, especially the huge storm going up. It's freezing here in Florida again. That's how I know you guys are having a horrible time. And lots of energy, so be kind to ourselves and others. So I really thought that was really nice, Angel. Thanks for starting off with that. And hello, Anne Elizabeth. She's not feeling well this morning either. So we're sending you a lot of great vibes. Hopefully you feel better. Hopefully you feel better already. And Gigi and Jeff, hello, what's up? And so I am going to do it again today. I'm going to have a little fun. I'm going to play around. It's the same readings I do all the time, but just to shake up what comes through for you, I got a couple different decks and dice and stuff like that. Also, it is Pisces season. I got my nails done for Pisces, right? Cute little flowers hearts going on here because I love my hearts. And I have my little Pisces candle here that I had lit. And so if you guys are wanting, I still have a couple left, my Pisces candles. Anybody can light the candle of the Zodiac for the month, right? I love to do that because I have a lot of Pisces placements too. And it's just a good time this season to really just connect spiritually. Hello, VR. Hello, Lori. Hello, April. What is up? All right. So I don't think I I'm doing super chats after this. Mondays get hectic. Fridays are a little bit more chill. Mondays, if you want to get up there, get on there now because they tend to fill up quickly. I start at 4:30 after this, and I usually have to shut down quicker on Fridays because there's so many. On Mondays. So get your question in there if you want some help from whatever kind of drama you dealt with over the weekend. And let's move forward. Let's go. Aries. All right. So let's see what we got for Aries. Hello, Randy. Hello, FG. You just opened your Pisces candle. It's my favorite. It's one of my favorites. Leo, Virgo, definitely, and Cancer killed it. They sold out. But Pisces was the hi, forever. Hi, Mark Sullivan. Hello. Yes. All right. Tomorrow I'll be doing Cap, Aquarius, and Pisces live. If you guys want to hang out with me tomorrow, I'm going to get all three knocked out by just going live. All right, Aries, let's take a look at what's going on with you for love this week. I always like to start with the challenge. What's the main challenge going on here? All right, so look at this. All right, work, change, Colin. You're going through it all. It seems like, career shift can be for some of you, obviously, but it just feels like everything is kind of shifting for you right now. And from the Aries, I do know that they're being kind of pulled in all different directions, moving forward. A lot is changing. And so things are looking good. And maybe it still kind of feels like, you're just kind of trying to figure things out in your love situation, you don't quite know where it stands. And like you want to probably push at something and push forward to make it happen. But I feel like right now too, it's just about absorbing the change that's happening because there's still pieces falling together. All right, so let's take a look. Which deck? I think I'm going to try this deck right here. Let's see your energy and then the person who's coming towards you, their energy and feelings. Now, you may be dealing with somebody, Aries, that's also, dealing with a lot of change in their life. They're being called in a different direction. So you could misread your person easily if their attention is being pulled away from you as well. It's like, we always take things personally, right? But somebody's attention is being pulled towards work or something changing in their life, their family. And you could be meeting somebody during your career shift as well for some of my singles. Now, your energy, look at this. This card here is the King of Pentacles in this deck, right? But it's called the Muse of Materials. And in this deck here, it talks about what the hell does your future look like? And that's what's most important for you right now, right? It looks like you're being pulled to focus on long-term plans. What does it look like to you? It doesn't mean you have to be there right now. But does the person that you're calling in, does the person that you're connecting with right now, do they align with your long-term goals? All right. Are they going to get you there? And I don't mean by just like, oh, I'm using this person, but are they going to work with you? And are you guys on the same train? Are you going to get there together and help each other out along the way? So we have a Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn might be on your mind. That is a strong energy that's showing up. And I see the Three of Cups here for you. And I see the Devil card. Ooh, whoa. All right. So you've got your mind focused heavily on somebody here. It could be a casual relationship that you're connected to, somebody that you have a lot of fun with. There's no doubt. No, these are old cards. I just pulled them out again. They're my old Muse cards. And I'm seeing here, you're just looking for some fun and some happiness too along the line. So it doesn't feel like you're trying to take things too seriously either right now. Like you're just kind of going with the flow energy. But that Devil card tells me that somebody has a strong pull over you and you're worried about a lot of things. So maybe you are catching feelings for somebody that was meant to be kind of casual, right? And they just really got your attention. And so I can already see here that you're being asked to kind of pull your energy back right now. It's too soon. I feel threes coming through for you, which means like it's about letting things kind of ride right now. You and the person, or there's somebody around you. It could be a friend of yours. Could be somebody that you feel feelings for, strong emotions for. They're a friend of yours. And for some of you, if it's a friend with benefits, I'm calling this out right now. They're not in alignment with your long-term goals. And so Spirit is saying, if you still want this because your desires are speaking and you lust over this person, you're going to have to come back to reality here in a little bit and put this situation where it needs to be. It's a casual relationship. It's one that is, it's fulfilling certain needs for you right now, but you have a lot of things going on, and to get hyper-focused and thinking that somebody like this might be there long-term, it's kind of like the energy that they're in right now. It's all sexual. It's all sexual, right? So it does say pull your energy back a little bit from this and focus more on your own future and still let this person in if you want to enjoy good times with them, all right? So take that as you will. Your person's energy. I do see an Earth. I see Capricorn there too. I see the Chariot card. I can see why you're into this person, why you see this person, the Strength card, and I see the 10 of Wands, all right? So you have somebody here. It's clear that they're focused on their ambitions. All right. Very strong personality. Very strong person that you're attracted to. So I can see that you can see a lot in common with this person. But you can see your person here is the 10 of Wands. They're focusing on their work, their career, their things, their highly stressed energy. Now, they may be holding this back from you with that Strength card. It feels like, I got this. Your person's got it. But it seems like they're really career focused. And what I am seeing here too with the Devil and the 10 of Wands energy is you guys may be connecting on a sexual energy because you both are kind of, focused so much on your career that you guys may be pulled together because you guys really are attracted to each other. But you're working, to me, too hard on trying to get this person to be something more than they are right now. Now, in the future, I am seeing here that there is potential for this to form into something. All right. So I don't want to take that away from you right now. I'm just reading the current energy. And if you're wanting something more out of this situation, it looks like your person can't give that much more right now. So they may hold back a little bit. You may feel their presence. The strength card tells me, you know, you may feel the very confident person. They're attracted to you. They feel pulled to you. You have this chemistry together, right? You both kind of desire one each other. You both want each other. There's no doubt about it, right? But this person holds themselves back for a reason. And it's because they can't make plans right now for the next step towards the future. All right. So what is their intentions around this? I see the Six of Wands here. This is somebody that ultimately wants your attention, likes your attention, and they just are focused mainly on their status, their career, where they're going right now, right? And you seem to get their attention. Now, what this is telling me is that you both are kind of on the same page here. But if you're starting to feel emotionally invested too soon, this could be where this person may pull back a little bit if they feel that weight too heavy. If they start to feel you needing or wanting more from them than they can give right now, that's the tension you might be feeling. Now, some of you, it might trigger some insecurities, thinking you did something wrong and you didn't. It's just your person here is pulling their energy back from a commitment just yet. Okay. So with that being said, though, what does Spirit think you should do? And I see the Two of Cups. Enjoy, take a step back here. You seem to be at the initial stages of a relationship. Even if it's a newer or an older relationship or something that you've been working on for quite some time, this is where if you take a wider view of your situation and not make it so important in the current energy, you will see that the reason why you're told that there's potential in this relationship is because there is, if you write it organically, if you sort of step back and say, I'm going to put my attention on something else and just let this play out, there is room for this relationship to grow. But we're seeing here just getting to know one another again, just kind of hanging out, talking. And this does not mean giving up anything or giving up yourself, your soul, your body, or anything to get more. No, you just got to step back and say, I see you, you see me, and let's just let it grow organically. And when you take your attention off this, your person and you have room to breathe and grow, and there is potential for this to grow. Now, let me roll some dice for you. I will do Aries through Pisces, and then I will pull a time frame for you. So I have strong Pisces energy, Gemini energy, Taurus energy, and Capricorn energy. All right. Now you have the numbers 8 and 4 that are showing up to me. So those might be numbers of synchronicity this week. And it tells me foundational, fours are foundational. They can be like, we're building it, we're growing, we're building something strong here, but, we just got to take it day by day. And the 8s tell you that there is success, abundance coming your way. All right. So it is worth the investment, but it depends on how you work with the energy. Now, I have Venus energy showing up for you. I have the moon and I have Uranus. And that screams Taurus to me right now because we are in the Taurus moon. And Venus rules Taurus, and Uranus is in Taurus too. So right now, in the next couple of days, like you may notice some, something unpredictable or unexpected from your person. So just be open to something different coming your way. Now, for a time in, let's see. It's better to give this more time to come in. This is exactly what I was just saying right now. Sorry for the camera view. I don't know what's going on here. But it says it's better to give this more time to come in. Now, if you're connected to an Aries through Pisces, I will go down the line and I'll give you additional message for each one. Remember, I focus on current energies, which means that anything, as long as you're in the present moment, you can change the outcome. You can direct the energies to work for you. All right. Aries. All right. Look at this. 8 of Earth. So you have the 8 again, right? And so that's a very strong number for you. 8. And then I'm seeing here, skilled work is rewarded. So your hard work will pay off, right? So it is bringing up a lot about work, your focus. Put your focus on something else right now is what Spirit's saying, and you'll see that the other will come to fruition. All right. Learning all there is to know about a topic. So right now it seems like you and another person are just really just discovering one another, really trying to figure each other out. And it's like going back to school. It's like going back to square one. So even if this is a new Aries for you, it's like we need to go back to the basics here. Taurus, I see 4 of water. All right. Feels like Taurus could be missing an opportunity here. They're not happy. They're not showing up. All right. But open your eyes to the possibilities. They may not be showing up for you right now. They may be doing their own thing. They might be in this 4 cups energy and just not really seeming like they want anything to do with you. And so trying more isn't going to get you there. So stepping back and letting them be curious to where you went is what is going to get this to move. Gemini, I see the Wheel of Fortune, Archangel Michael here. So I love these cards because they'll tell you an angel with it too. So you have Archangel Michael protecting you with the Gemini, the number 10, a time of positive change. A situation is happening right now and suddenly moves forward. There's that Uranus energy we were talking about. Fortune is on your side when it comes to a Gemini. Cancer, 10 of water with a Cancer. All right. So a reward coming your way, getting together with a Cancer, your emotional and material needs being met through a Cancer, right? So, this is talking about 10 of water, long-term longevity. So it may happen over time. Let it grow organically. Trustworthy relationship is what this card is saying for your Cancer. Leo, 7 of earth, all right? You're worrying about something too much with a Leo, all right? Seeds are planted. Things are growing. It's like the 7 of pentacles here, all right? But there's a temporary pause right now. That's all it is, a temporary pause. And we're so uncomfortable with pauses. We feel like we're not getting anywhere. We feel like everything we did in the past is gone, right? None of the work, all that work is for shit, right? But this is saying that's not true. You're worrying for no reason right now with a Leo. Put your mind on something else, see what happens. Virgo, I see 5 of fire, conflict with others. So Virgo could be dealing with other people in their life that are stressing them out, right? They could be dealing with work that's stressing them out. People competing against them. They could have a lot going on. They could be competing with themselves. They could be dealing with a lot of internal struggle that you are unaware of. All right. So I am seeing that you may be worrying about too many different details and adding more stress onto the situation when it may not have anything to do with you. So backing your energy up a little bit with a Virgo. Libra, King of Air. All right. Very awesome energy coming in here with a Libra. All right. Speaking your mind with confidence with a Libra, that's what they like. That's what they want. They want to hear you say what you really want to say. Maybe if you've been holding back, maybe they sense that. Maybe they want you to speak up, all right? And I'm also seeing ask for advice for the people that are around you that know the situation, all right? So I do see that there is truthful conversation coming in with a Libra, but you are being asked to step up and speak your truth, whatever, regardless situation you're in. Scorpio, Page of Earth, right? A lot of Earth coming through for you, going back to that first Earth sign. Good news about financial matters coming through for you with a Scorpio. Maybe Scorpio's dealing with some work issues, and they're just so focused on it right now, but they haven't forgotten about you. Maybe they want to do something a little bit more. Maybe they want to take a step forward, right? And this is just new to them. So give Scorpio a little bit of time here. It looks like they're going to take the step towards you. Sagittarius, 2 of earth, 2 of pentacles. Too much is going on right now at once with you and a Sagittarius. All right. Too much. So for some of you, examples, too many family stuff going on, too much stress going on, other relationships going on, whatever it is, right? Or just too much at once. There's a lot of heavy energy. So if you wanted them to make a decision right now, you're not getting a decision. It's because they're overwhelmed, and you don't want them to make a decision during this kind of crisis, because if they do, you might get the decision that you don't want. All right. So I like this advice. Consider a more playful approach with your Sagittarius. Capricorn, 10 of Pentacles, 10 of Earth. All right, a very happy family life, right? A very happy time, something that could come of this, long-term longevity. But it's saying find magic in the little things right now in the relationship, because there also may be a lot going on with your Capricorn as well, too. Family stuff and so forth. So it's like, can we just make use and make good of the time that we have together? Aquarius, Queen of Earth. All right, so make time for those around you. So it looks like maybe they're going to make a little bit more time for you, or they want to make, they're very thoughtful. They really care about you. I'm seeing that energy. And I do see there could be some challenges between you and an Aquarius, but it's about taking a different kind of approach, a more sensible approach with your Aquarius. Pisces, I see 4 of Pentacles. All right. So we're being too cautious and too possessive with a Pisces, right? And maybe Pisces is being too cautious with their energy. It could go either way. And so I'm feeling like, you know, this one here could be a little bit tight. Maybe it's stressing you out, all right? But you may have to decide how much energy you're going to give to this. You have, you know, if they're not matching your energy. It does seem like there's a lot of, you know, control issues between you and a Pisces. It doesn't mean it's not, you know, you got the 4 here. It doesn't mean it's not able to move forward, but letting go of control a little bit. And that's my Aries. That was kind of long. What'd you guys think though? Too many cards, too many options. What's going on? Help me out. All right. Hello, Barb, Angela. Let me call out a few more people. Colleen, hello. Thank you for being here. Carissa, Queen Tiki, Angel Babe, and Mark Sullivan. Hello. All right. Taurus at 20. Ooh, I just All right. Thank you, April. All right. So the pace was good. I'm not talking too fast. I did take a little pre-workout before I started. All right. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And I just worked out, so I do have a little extra energy. All right, Taurus. Let's kick it with Taurus. Yes, keep up, guys, because I'm going in a fast pace. If you want the info today, I got to keep rolling with it. All right, Taurus. Taurus, I'm doing all kinds of stuff, Taurus, right? But we're looking at who's coming towards you. I always look at your challenge first. Doing all kinds of fun things today. Heartbroken. What's wrong, Taurus? Why are you so heartbroken? All right. A lot of grief, shock, emotional pain going on, right? Oh, when it rains, it pours. When it rains, it pours. And I'm sending you love right now because it does feel like you have a lot going on internally. Maybe you don't know how to express it. Maybe you're feeling like nothing's working out for you. And you're usually somebody that I've learned, anyways, that doesn't like to express too much what's going on deep inside. You know, you like to keep everything kind of, you know, simple and practical. You know, you're not, to me, this is more of a Scorpio energy, you know, and so you're dealing with some uncomfortable feelings that you might be, you know, what do you do about it though? Do you have to make some change? Are you feeling like you upset somebody? All right. And I'm seeing here, you know, you're processing a lot. So this might only have to do with you needing to process your own emotions. It may not be like that for the other person. So we'll step in. It just feels like you're dealing with a lot right now. And so anything that hits you or anything that comes at you might feel overwhelming. But I'm going to say I love you. All right. I love you. And I think you're doing great. All right, don't be chasing anybody. All right, don't be chasing, looking for validation from the outside world, because that's only going to make you feel worse. If you're waiting for somebody to make you feel better with that energy, that to me feels like stuff that's happened for a long time. All right, you've been dealing with some stuff for a long time. And now one person comes along and they do something stupid and it fucks up your world, right? Because it feels like now you screwed up everything. But it's not the truth. It's not. All right. So let's see what's going on with your energy. And today is the Taurus moon too. So maybe some of you feeling, you know, there should be a sense of, you know, somewhat, my Taurus sons, right? Like some sort of new moonish energy, you know, feeling like a renewal like this. So you could be going through some healing, processing right now. Maybe you just heard something and it shocked you, and well, let's dive further in. All right, awakening. Look at you. Awakening. Let me get a couple more. 6 of Pentacles. Oh, your needs are important to you right now. And the 7 of Pentacles. All right. You're worried too much about the future. All right. You're living in the future. And this is really, this could be financial for you. This could also be, you're just not getting the return that you thought you were going to get on a situation. For some of you, it's about reciprocity. Maybe you're wondering if you're just not getting enough from the person that you're connecting to. You're giving and you're giving. And, here's the thing. I've been doing like some major studying on reciprocity. And the thing is there's we give so much. We give in hopes that the other person gives back, and it creates more grief for us because it's an anxious attachment style, right? Where you're needing validation from somebody else and hoping that they give to you, and they're not giving back what you give to them, but they're not required to. And it doesn't mean that they don't love you. It's just that they give in a different way, but they're not giving back to you. So you text 3 times, they're not texting you. You're constantly texting. There's something wrong, right? Maybe there's nothing wrong. Maybe that person just doesn't like to text. Right? But so this is where it becomes an issue though, because you start to score keep. You start to score keep on who gives what, who's given what in a relationship. But the thing is your person may be thinking they're giving something else in another way, and you're not seeing their way, right? But it's not enough for you. But that doesn't make it wrong for you. It just means that you guys are on you're 2 different give and receive levels, right? You need different things, right? But it might seem though as though you're given also maybe too much. So let's just go there for a minute. Sometimes you got to take a step back, and you have to understand that if you really want somebody to show up for you and you want to know if they truly will show up for you, you've got to take a step back and say, I don't have to give to receive love. All right. That's conditional loving. You want unconditional love, right? So you need to train yourself that you don't have to give to somebody to make sure that you're getting back in return. If I text this person so many times, they know I'm interested in them. You don't need to prove that. You don't need to do any of that. You text once, right? So it's going to be retraining your own issues because you're constantly being left drained by giving all your energy and not getting anything back in return. All right. Although your person may be feeling like they don't even know what to give you. So we'll have to look at your person. Now, I am seeing an awakening happening here. And so for some of you, it might be you don't have to give to receive love. And that is the only message that you need to hear. You don't have to give to receive love. That is it. Many of us were trained on these things where, we're our importance. If we give you enough, you will value us and you will be afraid to lose us. Guilty. I'm an overgiver. Right? I overgive in my readings. I overgive in everything, right? Because that means that I'll feel more safe, right? That's not your lesson spiritually right now, is to not have to do that with anybody. Right? If people love you, they're going to show up, and then it naturally becomes an equal give and take. Right? 7 of Pentacles tells me that you're on the right track. Your person here, somebody here in your life, you're worried too much about the future. So you're preparing too much. You're wanting to gather and give and do everything right now so you can secure your future. Or you're just worried constantly about what's the next thing. I'm constantly, but you're keeping yourself in this place of sadness and sorrow. You can't even enjoy the current moment because you're wondering if you're going to get something from a person in the future. You're already worried about the next thing, right? So let's see your person's energy. I have the 4 of Wands. All right. So this is going to give me a different story about your person now. All right. And I have the Queen of Wands and I have the Wheel of Fortune. All right. I'm going to tell you right now, you're dealing with somebody who's fiery, a little bit more self-centered. I hope I come back as a fire sign, because fire signs get what they want, and they step up, they stand up, they're all about, well, let's go. You know, they can get through something quicker. They don't worry about stuff. It may seem like they're self-centered at times and selfish, and they don't see, and they are all about themselves, but it's actually very healthy. Right? It's actually a very healthy attitude that we all should strive for. But sometimes we're not seeing it if we're not getting our needs met, right? Because we need something else. So there has to be something that you're not expressing, your person's not getting it. Now, the Wheel of Fortune tells me there's change here. This person, this is a pattern between you and this person. So somebody keeps coming back around for you. Somebody keeps stepping up for you. Somebody feels comfortable with you. The Four of Wands, somebody likes your company. Somebody likes you around, likes to be around you, sees a future with you, but maybe they need you to see things differently. You know, this is somebody that doesn't scorekeep. This is somebody that doesn't care. You know, they're just like, but they will scorekeep if you scorekeep. Okay, so that is the truth, though, with somebody like a Queen of Wands, all right? Because they got some confidence. They're going to step up, all right? But what does Spirit think your biggest challenge with this person is? The Seven of Wands, defensiveness. You know, you and your person may feel like each one is defensive or each one is on guard. It feels like you guys are triggering each other, and it gets to the point where, you know, there's a lot of tension between the two of you over what is a healthy give and take and what's not a healthy give and take. All right, that's what I'm getting here. Your biggest challenge is you're not getting what you need from this person, or you don't feel like you're getting what you need from this person, but your person feels like you're defensive over everything. So take what you will with that, okay? I'm going to look at Aries through Pisces. What does Spirit want you to know? What does Spirit think you should do? I see the Three of Swords. It looks like Spirit's saying you have a lot of heartbreak, all right? You have a lot of heartbreak from the past. Your person here, you might be even setting yourself up for disappointment constantly with your person. You may automatically think your person is hurting you or is doing something that somebody else did in the past. But this tells me that you may need to process some, you know, unhappiness or heartbreak from maybe somebody else, or maybe this person did something to you in the past, but they don't realize how bad it hurts you. All right, so maybe there's a conversation that needs to be had. All right, I'm not a counselor, but there's all kinds of different things here. But this is telling me that you're heartbroken, and your person is not seeing your pain. All right, so there's going to have to be something else that happens. The Wheel of Fortune tells me this has happened several times, so there's got to be something in here that needs to be done differently. And, you know, the Seven of Wands is saying you're defensive about something, you're on guard about something. And I can see that your person here is very attracted to you, really is pulled to you, but may pull away from you or may get frustrated when you get defensive. All right, so that's what I'm getting. Now let's see any time in with you, and then I'll do Aries through Pisces. I have ask again with confidence and certainty of what you want. Time frame is within 4 months. Now, don't take that and run with it like, oh, you have to wait 4 months for something to change. But what is it that you want, Taurus? What is it that you need? What is it that you really need from this person that you're connecting to? Because it feels like your person is like, no matter what, I just feel like I'm on guard, or you're defensive with everything I do or say, right? I don't know why Taurus banner keeps disappearing. I did have it up there. But it is saying, once you know what you really want in the situation and what you need, you know, in a matter of months, this could actually turn itself around. And you have the Wheel of Fortune. This is actually a turning point for your situation. I have a Leo, I have a Virgo, I have an Aries and a Cancer. I have Mars and the Moon showing up with you for you, which tells me one thing: very emotional, reactive energy going on. So a lot of emotional reaction happening between you and your person, which is like a 5 of Wands, which every time you guys have a conversation about something, if it turns into a fight, you're not going to get anywhere. The number 3 and the number 12 is your number, and 12 goes to 3. So threes. So let's look at Aries through Pisces. Aries, justice. All right. So again, the justice card is talking about, you know, you're just not feeling like you're getting what you need. You're getting your needs met. All right. You know, you just, the Aries energy though, Archangel Raguel. All right. Stand up for your beliefs. Do what you know is right with an Aries. Here's the thing. When it comes to this kind of reading that I just did, and this could be for everybody, find your Taurus placements, right? When it comes down to, if you sit down and you say, I give and I never receive, I give and give and give no matter what. And when I do take back and don't give, I still don't receive. All right. This is where the justice card comes in. Like you have to do what's right. You have to speak your truth to a person and say, I'm not getting this. This is not what I'm getting. And if we can't find a happy medium, then you have to decide if it's right or wrong for you to stay in that relationship. And that's what the justice card talks about. It's bringing balance and justice to a situation by doing what's right. Right now, if your person's not able to do what's right, even though the justice card's here and it says there is potential for your Aries to step up, if they're not, that's when it comes down to you're the one that has to make the choice. Taurus, 4 of fire. All right. Taurus, I see contentment, peace, and abundance. That's all you're asking for. A happy home life. That's all you're asking for. The successful completion of a project, right? That sounds like the 4 of Wands right here. Right? 4 of fire, 4 of Wands for your person, which tells me that whoever you're connecting to, it feels like there is a chance for you guys to successfully complete this cycle that you're in. All right. But it is about, you know, getting out of your comfort zone and speaking your truth with your Taurus. I do see a reunion here possibly with your Taurus. Gemini, 8 of Wands. You know, an illusion is trapping you guys. All right. A lot of doubts you're afraid to take action, a lack of self-confidence when it comes to a Gemini. It just feels like no matter what you do, you have this sense of doubt in you that says, I just don't think it's going to work. I just expect I expect things to just be the same, or, you know, I just feel like we're stuck. We're not getting anywhere. All right. So that energy is still coming up between you and a Gemini. So it's like a conversation about, you know, what we really need to do here. Or are you going to keep yourself stuck in the same situation? Cancer, I have Archangel Raziel, one of my favorite archangels, the Hermit. All right. This is asking you to spend time alone. They might be spending time by themselves right now. It seems like your Cancer needs a little bit of alone time. They do like to be by themselves. It's where they learn who they are more. They really do grow more in silence. So if they're taking space from you, or they ask you for space after a harsh, you know, conversation or whatever, give them a little bit of time. It looks like they could be coming back out. They're actually, you know, thinking about everything that you said. Leo, 5 of Pentacles. All right. Fears around money. You're Leo, the wisdom to accept help from others. They don't know. Maybe they don't know how to accept help from others. You know, it seems like, you know, there's just a lot of uncertainty when it comes to you and a Leo. It could be around employment, and it causes a lot of stress in the relationship. It could be just insecurities around the relationship. But it seems to be that you guys can't seem to get above this challenge, this difficulty. It is an energy. It is something that you can overcome. It's something on the outside that is affecting you guys that has nothing to do with how you guys really feel about each other. Virgo, I see the 8 of Pentacles. All right. So a reward for your hard work paying off with a Virgo. All right. You guys have a lot to learn about each other. That's it. You guys have potential to really make it work here, but you guys are different, and it's going back to the basics and trying to figure each other out again. Libra, don't give up on a Libra. You've already, you know, it's the 9 of Wands. You've come this far. Believe in yourself, believe in the relationship. you know, it tells me not to give up on the connection and not to think that you haven't come so far, that, you know, you haven't built a foundation. You've built a relationship. It's just not the ideal one that you've wanted. All right. So it doesn't mean you have to go back to square one. But at the Nine of Wands, you really do have to decide how much more energy, and you have to figure out a different way to combat the problem that you're having. Scorpio, King of Fire, focus, communicate, and it looks like a, you know, a future with a Scorpio. All right. So take advice from somebody around you. If you're hearing good stuff about your Scorpio, or they're telling you what to do, not just me, it looks like listen to that person. They may have something to say to you, but I am seeing your Scorpio sees a future with you. Sagittarius, Eight of Fire. So things might start to really speed up between you and the Sagittarius. Or if they have been speeding up, maybe that's the problem. Things are going too fast. We need to slow down. However you feel that energy. But I am seeing that if you've been feeling like it's been delayed, you know, the delay was for a reason, but that is coming to an end. And things may happen all at once. So don't be surprised if the energy right now, Taurus, turns in your favor with a Sagittarius and things just start to really move fast. Capricorn, I see you, your Two of Wands, Two of Fire. So a new partnership or a new step forward in the relationship with a Capricorn. All right. You're starting to see things a little bit more clear, or will be starting to see things a little bit more clear. Aquarius, I see a balance. Archangel Zadkiel. All right. So we definitely need a balance here. It's temperance energy. So something is out of whack. So with your Scorpio, Sag, Cap, Aquarius, you need to kind of take a look at where the energy's off, and wherever the energy is off, you might need to retreat a little bit, or give a little, or put a little bit more there, right? Focus wherever it is, right? But it tells me it's like things are going to unfold, but it's not going to happen easily. And obviously you have to kind of go with the flow with this one. But Aquarius, to me, it just seems like figuring out where we're giving too much and where we're not giving enough. Pisces, the dreamer, Archangel Metatron, taking a leap of faith with the Pisces. All right. So I'm seeing just go for it with the Pisces and just expect unexpected opportunities. All right. Woo! Jam jam. All right. Now I don't know why these keep going off, but I do put them up, and then I don't know what's going on. We're in the shadow. As Mercury went Mercury hasn't gone retrograde yet, right? No, it's in the pre-shadow. I don't know when. Does anybody know the exact date Mercury goes retrograde? Gemini. Yeah, I know it's the pre-shadow. I don't know I don't know the exact date, but there is a lot of little glitches. All right, Gemini. We always start with the problem. I'm digging into a bunch of little things here, so just roll with me, okay? A new arrival for my Geminis. I like that. All right. So we could be talking about a baby. We can be talking about a new project. We can be talking about new love, new romance. And we can be talking about, you know, just a new start with the situation that you're in, right? So things actually clearing up for you. Remember these little floaty things, you know, blow and make a wish and it happens. So it does tell me that you've got some good energy coming your way. All right. So the 26th, thank you, Texan. All right. So the 26th. Get ready for all of us Geminis, Virgos, or any Mercury, strong Mercury placements to start acting all haywire. Thank you. All right, so let's see your energy first, Gemini, and then we'll look at the energy of who's coming towards you, their energy and feelings this week. All right, so whatever comes through, but I got dice and I got timing techniques, and I have Aries through Pisces for you. All right. All right, so you got some good energy already. All right, we're looking at the week, but I feel like this whole time we're in the eclipse season. So kind of keep that in mind with me, that I'm looking at the windows here, you know, and this is the current energy today, you know, moving forward. But Nine of Pentacles in this card here, it just tells me, you know, things are going to be starting to look good for you. Things are looking promising, all right? So take it day by day, energy by energy, right? Don't get lost in some of these bad energies that are coming through, because at any moment you could feel like giving up and you could be like, I'm done. And then the next day you're like, whoa, thank God I didn't say I was done, because it was just an energy. All right. It's like that right now for me. And I know that I've been hearing it for a lot of you guys. So it just feels like, why am I fatigued? Why am I tired? Well, I was born on an eclipse. So this can get like that for me, but just be careful with that, with your energies. All right. Now, here you are, the Hermit card. Maybe some of you already know it. I'm good to go by myself. Get out of my energy. Leave me alone. All right. We got Hermit energy, Virgo energy showing up for you. All right. Maybe you're not feeling inspired to do much. You might be feeling a little bit tired, worn down, but are you waiting for something different to happen? And we have the Wheel of Fortune coming in. So to me, Gemini, it feels like you're preparing for some change here that you might not see coming. All right. The Wheel of Fortune is out of our hands, you know, it's like, but it's also actions and consequences. So if you feel like you've been, you know, keeping to yourself, staying in your own lane, right? You've been, you know, kind of following the rules, compliance, whatever, you know, I haven't been trying to step out of line anywhere and make anybody's life hell, you know, then it looks like good things coming. Good for you. Right? But also, to me, it feels like this could be a time period right now, even in Pisces season, where it just feels like you're just kind of refueling, maybe without even realizing, just needing to refuel. And then, you know, we have this, you know, challenge here, the Page of Wands, just feeling like you kind of want something to happen. Maybe you are ready to get out of your lane and try something new, but it just feels like not the right timing. All right. We're seeing a new arrival coming your way right there. And so that is what's going to bring you some inspiration. So let's see what's coming, the energy of the person in your field. I see the Six of Swords. So you got a very strong air energy. I see somebody traveling to you. I see a Queen of Cups. So Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio energy. Don't worry about the gender when it comes to your other person. If I'm, you know, it doesn't matter. It's just a person. It's the gender. I mean, it's a person. And I see the Hanged Man. So you have strong Pisces energy showing up for you. Pisces season tells me that right now, this season right here makes sense for you to kind of be in this hermit mode, right? It doesn't mean you can't hang out with your friends, but it does maybe feel like you're just kind of quieter. You know, I just feel like being quiet, you know, recollecting. And we're seeing here, Hanged Man, you know, you got somebody coming towards you, a water sign, right? And it looks like, just for some of you, I feel like it could be a new person, new energy, right? You may not even see this coming. You don't even know, because it's not, the energy doesn't feel like it did before, and it feels completely, you don't even know what it's going to be like, right? But I do see for some of you, there could be a motherhood, a child, a baby coming in. Somebody, maybe a grandparent, maybe somebody you know is having a baby, right? I love that. And I'm seeing here, somebody here is maybe coming in to clear something up from the past as well with you. So like last week, you guys had some confusion going on. Maybe somebody didn't know what to say to you, doesn't know what to do. You know, there's been some kind of disagreement. We're seeing here somebody's had time to really process their feelings. And it looks like you're going to be surprised with the outcome, because you might be thinking, you know, all right, I'm not hearing from somebody. It's been quiet. I'm not getting that communication. I'm feeling dull, you know, and then all of a sudden somebody comes into your life and it's totally different than you thought, right? Somebody just really needed to figure out where their feelings really were taking them. What do they really want? All right. So let's see what's going on. What does Spirit think you should do? And I see the Eight of Cups, all right? So again, you're getting this energy of focusing on yourself right now, staying in your own lane. So I know that sounds so, what other way can I say you focus on yourself? It's just everything I said in the beginning here. It's not like you have to keep yourself away from your person or people or life or whatever, but just being okay with quiet, with things maybe not seeming like you don't have the answers just yet, because they're not here just yet. All right. So let's take a look at dice, and I'll look at Aries through Pisces and see what's going on with each person, because yours is going to take me to dive into each person. I have 1 and 3 showing up for you. Now, 3s always make me think of the third house activities. In your third house, you traditionally rule the third house. And so it feels like a lot happening around you, a lot of movement, travel, transportation, stuff like that, connections, networking, even, somebody actually, you might connect with somebody in your local community, or, traveling when you least expect it. All right. So there could be a lot going on there, but you have the number 1, and the number 1 is also telling me a new arrival, new beginning here as well. I see the sun, and I see the North Node. So some of you, this North Node energy is talking about destined. Universe is trying to align you onto the path with the right person that your higher self is in alignment with. So we're seeing some destined turns for you right now. And so it's going to seem uncomfortably quiet for you right now. This isn't something that you can force. This is something that all your actions have led you to this point. And so it's a matter of time for the universe to kind of like a pinball machine and kind of put you in the right direction. All right. So I am seeing Taurus, Aries, and Gemini showing up for you. Possibly a Leo. Leo is there at the bottom. Now let's get a time in, and then I'll do Aries through Pisces. Time frame is within a few days. All right. So maybe it's not too long as I thought. We're in Pisces season. So for some of you, you could have some major new arrival, shift, no more lonely, no more driving in. You can actually drive in the carpool lane now, and within a few days. Let's see. Let's see Aries through Pisces. So if you're connected to an Aries through Pisces, I'm going to get an additional message for you. I got to sneeze, guys. I'm sorry. I got allergies right now. It's horrible. I have allergies. The carpool lane. Right. Yes, you won't be driving solo any longer. All right. So if you're connected to an Aries through Pisces. All right, let's go. Aries. Awakening. Archangel Gabriel. All right. So I just love these cards. These are angel cards. And it's the number 12, which the number 3, because we're doing math today, right? So 3 and 1 is really showing up for you, your numbers. 13 as well, right? And look at things from a different perspective with your Aries. There's an awakening happening here. An awakening doesn't mean this like extremely spiritual, like, wow. It's just like, oh, wow, I see it differently. Holy shit. And so there's something happening with an Aries. It's a temporary standstill with you and an Aries, and it's important to be yourself. So this is very important. All right. This could be the rest of your message too. During this quiet time, this 8 of Cups, this Pisces energy, this Hermit energy, during this time when it's quiet, we have a tendency to freak out. And then we start to act in ways that we wouldn't act. Like we might over communicate. We might over explain. We might text more than we normally do. We might ask people what they're up to. We might be doing stuff that takes us out of alignment from who we really are. All right. And then we start to act awkward and we wonder why people are viewing us awkward. All right. And so it's a temporary standstill in a situation, and it can make you lose your mind. And so what his spirit is saying here, Gabriel, messenger of God, all right, it's important to be yourself during this time and not let this shit, strike up any insecurities in you. All right. Because it's still moving and grooving. It's still, everything is fine. It feels like it's not. Okay. So with an Aries, we're seeing, you just have to look at things from a different perspective, right? You're judging the situation wrong. Taurus, 2 of water. All right. So we're seeing a relationship that continues to grow closer. So you and a Taurus, you got it going on. Everything's happening. It might not be moving as fast as you want it to. It's always the thing I go to because it's usually what's happening. We want instant, right? But it is telling me I'm seeing forgiveness, a positive resolution coming in, a conversation coming in, talking about feelings coming in. Gemini, Queen of Fire. All right. They're very attracted to you. All right. Don't underestimate yourself when it comes to a Gemini. All right. And also, this is your message to Gemini. Don't underestimate yourself. Assert your independence and creativity. Stretch your wings and fly, right? This is kind of corny too, right? But at the same time, it's telling me all about confidence for you. It's like the utmost confidence is what you're being challenged. That's your biggest test right now, right? So I'm seeing here you and another Gemini here. All right, things kind of, you both see each other, you both want each other, and you both see possibly a future with each other. Cancer, 9 of fire, don't give up. All right. You've created something with the Cancer. It may be difficult. Maybe you've gone through some difficult times. I don't know. But right now, it's not about fighting more. It's about, there's a little bit of a setback here, but don't give up. You just have to believe in the relationship, believe in yourself, and trust that it will unfold. Leo, release. All right. You have you have the death energy, number 13. Numbers are important today. For some reason, I'm calling them a lot today. The end of a phase or a situation it's Archangel Azrael. All right. The situation is ending with you and a Leo. All right. But it's transformation, and it's time to move on from something. It's time to move on from a situation, not necessarily the person, but what you're so attached to. What is it that you just need so much? And sometimes it can be really a hard one. Like, I need them to say they're sorry. Life's the hardest thing to realize is somebody is just not going to say they're sorry, right? But there's something here in order for this relationship to move forward, right? We've got to let go the phase, the situation, what we once thought of it, what we think of it. Now it's like, let's just not think anything and let's just see what becomes. That's the Hanged Man. There's no label for it. Let go of what you think it's supposed to be. Virgo, I see the Sun card. Happy outcome, bottom line. Hell yes, happy outcome. Archangel Uriel, right? And we see, have confidence in yourself when it comes to a Virgo. Libra, Ace of Water. All right, so you and Virgo could be falling in love. This is the beginning of a relationship. It's a new home, a new start, a new beginning, right? Breathe into it. Enjoy it. Don't rush it. See where it takes you, all right, with a Libra, right? Scorpio, King of Fire. Scorpio keep getting the King of Fire. So it looks like Scorpio and you make a good team. Queen of Fire, King of Fire. All right. So the thing is your Scorpio might piss you off too. All right. It's just, you both are very focused. You both have a vision. You both want what you want. You both are leaders, and you both want what you want. Right. So it's going to be bumping heads at times. And staying true and being confident. Looks like you guys could do something with a Scorpio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, Scorpio's King of Fire. Sagittarius, 4 of Fire. All right, so Sagittarius feels pretty happy with this connection, or you guys are getting to a point where things are going to get more peaceful. So I see a happy home life. I see happy togetherness, happiness. So whatever's going on with you and a Sagittarius, you guys will find your way. Capricorn, Three of water. All right, a celebration coming in. This is the traditional celebration, wedding, graduation, or birth announcement was always the traditional three of waters on three of cups. It turned into so much more later on in life. But the need to have more fun. So you and Capricorn need to have more fun. Lighten things up a little bit, whatever that means to you. I'm not talking about giving away, oh, their casual, their way of fun. No, it has to be in alignment, but just bringing more fun into the situation. Aquarius, the magician, Archangel Raziel. All right. All right. You're ready. They're ready. The magician, you guys are ready. So access the right tools, the right mindset. What are you thinking? What are you working from? Come from a place of knowing and having, because it looks like you guys are creating, that you have what it takes to create this magical moment with each other. You can make it work. So Libra, Scorpio, Sag, Capricorn, Pisces. We have justice, Archangel Raguel. All right, fear and just decisions. Do what you know is right. Stand up for your beliefs with the Pisces. So again, I'm hearing today's readings. A lot of today's readings is, regardless, it's hard, but if you're not feeling like a situation is fair or just, and you are doing everything you can, sometimes like the hardest decision is being truthful and honest and just to yourself, right? Which means making a decision not to engage in something anymore if it's not getting you anywhere, because what it's doing is chipping away at your soul, right? And after a while, it's not a lesson anymore. It's just chipping away at your soul. So stand up for your beliefs. There is chance for justice with you and a Pisces. All right. Moving forward to my Cancer. All right, let's go, crabs. I hate that you guys can see my nose when I do that. I so hate it. Yeah, you can see. I gotta stop it. All right. Cancer. Hello, Maggie. Gun guy. Where's my crabbies? Angel babe. Randy, July 19th. All right, Cancer, we're doing it all today. Who's coming towards you, their energy, their feelings, you. I start off with your challenge. All right, I'm going to roll die and look at time in and Aries through Pisces. Masculine energy. Look at this hottie. Look at this hottie in the background. Sorry, guys, doesn't matter. Male or female, does not matter. All right, it's masculine energy. So somebody taking action towards you. All right. And it feels like maybe that's been the challenge for you, right? It's been a challenge for you to get out of your masculine energy, maybe for some of you. It's like you feel like you're the one that's got to do, take action, go. If you're the one who's been doing all the work, you got to step back, because inside that you want somebody to show up for you. You want somebody to prove to you that they're there, that they are showing up. So if you're doing all the work, how is somebody going to prove it to you? You may get somebody to text you. You may, but you've been waiting for them to text you, but you text them first, right? Yeah, you're talking to them. It makes you feel better. You have the connection, but deep inside you're going, but they didn't text me first. So you're never soothed. That wound is never soothed, right? So it's hard to take a step back when you're the one always leading the way and you're always the one in charge. You're always the one but you're a feminine energy. You really have got to, learn to receive, sit back and hang back in. So, but the problem could be that you've been doing that and your person's not showing up. So we'll have to dive into this and see what's going on. I do see a masculine around you. So maybe there's somebody that you don't even know, right? So let's play around. Let's play. Let's see your energy and then their energy. I'm going to roll the die. All right. All right. So I see Uranus and I see Venus. So definitely Taurus energy again. We're in Taurus energy today, moon, and Uranus is there. So there really could be some, some changes that happen unexpectedly, right? With that. And when it comes to relationships, you might be thinking something's going one way and then it turns, right? Relationship dynamics here could change. I have the number 6 and I have the number 10 for you. I have Sag, Capricorn, Libra, and Scorpio for you. All right, so these are energies that might be coming towards you. Now I have the Sun card at the bottom of the deck. So this ultimately tells me that's Leo energy too, is that, there's a promise of brighter days. There's like luck around you. Things are dissolving around you. Something is needing to dissolve around you. The truth is coming in. It's a happy outcome. But sometimes, we don't see that when we're kind of still in this fuzzy kind of energy of, dark kind of energy, and we don't see that light showing up. And I see the 5 of Swords underneath. It's like maybe this is showing you, that you're overthinking a situation too much and you're not thinking positively about a situation. You're worried too much about everything that could go wrong. And that's a program. That's we're trained to be more fearful, thinking we're protecting ourselves rather than focusing on the positive. And this isn't spiritual, but believe me, I'm not. If you've listened to me long enough over the years, there's nothing spiritually bypassing about this. I was gonna say bitch hair, like I deal with all of it as it comes, right? But there is something to be said about, constantly thinking that something is gonna turn out wrong or bad, or just thinking negatively about everything. It really does affect how you see everything happening around you, right? So let's see. We have the Ace of Wands. I have the Hanged Man, all right? The Hanged Man showing up, and I have the 2 of Wands, all right? This screams this is really big, all right? So the passion, you have the inspiration, like the light's been lit. You're very much into somebody. You're burning. You can't get somebody off your head. There's so much fire here. You really want somebody to step up, but the challenge you're having is your perspective of the situation. It's like you're ready for the next step. I want to make plans. I want to move forward. I want things to happen. But you're kind of sitting in this limbo energy here. And the challenge is somebody stepping up. You need somebody to step up towards you. All right. So let's take a look at your person here. I see the 3 of Wands. I see the 9 of Cups. And I see the Queen of Emotions. All right. So somebody here is on the fence about reaching out to you. All right. To me, it feels like you've been waiting for quite some time, that it's hard for you not to stress about it. The 5 of Swords. Like you keep telling yourself, am I lying to myself, or what's going on, or, what's happening here? But the anticipation's killing you. The control is killing you. The lack of knowing what's going on is killing you. So you want to take action here. And this is where the biggest challenge is coming in, because if some of you have taken action every single time, nothing's going to change about the situation the way you want it to. Because for some of you, I think you really need them to prove to you that they step up. So I'm seeing your person here, 3 of Wands. I'm serious about you. Look who they're looking at, whether you're male or female. Cancer energy. The 9 of Cups. Somebody has desire for you. Somebody like really likes what they see. I could look at this as a new romance, especially with that Sun card. Some of you singles worrying whether somebody's going to come in. Maybe you've been single for a while. You've been doubting how it's going to happen, because of course you know how it's supposed to happen. If I don't go here, I don't go anywhere, I don't leave my house, I don't do this, how is it going to happen? How am I going to meet somebody? I just, yeah, you're making it more difficult if you don't leave your house and you don't go out and look for people. You're making it more difficult. But I also believe that universe will orchestrate around your life, will orchestrate around you. Somebody will come into your life somehow or another. All right. You wrote the story. And I also believe that if you have the desire to be with somebody, ultimately that desire is there because you're meant to create it in this world. Right. And so, yeah, I could have an argument all day about every single angle. Right. But we're going to just look at those ones. All right. So I am seeing here that regardless of how some of you are seeing your situation, there is a potential of somebody new. You could be making plans here to be going on a date with somebody here, somebody who's interested, who's serious about you, interested in moving forward with you. And it's like, it's a blessing coming in for you. Some of you, there's another child being involved here, right? So somebody could be having a child, somebody could be having a child. It's that time of year. I don't know, maybe, right? But your message here is to stay inspired and know that something that you're manifesting is coming towards you. That's your message. All right. What does Spirit want you to do? I see the Six of Swords here. Six of Swords is getting away from the Five of Swords energy, choosing to just allow things to unfold, which means you're moving, you're focusing forward, not on the same thoughts you've been focusing on about this situation. This can also tell me that some of you could be going somewhere, traveling somewhere, and you're being asked, if some of you have been on the fence about going somewhere, Spirit's saying, go to wherever you said you were going to go, because that's where somebody's at. All right. But this is also telling me you got to get out of your head and just, this, whatever's going on, this space between you and another person, even if you're separated from somebody and you still have a story going on and you guys just broke up or something. All right. It's still in this reading here today. You can't rush it. You can't reach out to your person prematurely. You got to let them come to you, and they will. But it's up to you to get out of your thoughts of thinking that it's never going to work out. It's never going to happen. All right. So let's look at your timing. And that's that Venus and Uranus, right? Venus and Uranus can turn a dynamic around, so fast. I feel like Uranus is thinking like way above the box, like out of the box. And so you really got to step up and just think outside what you normally do. Now, for some of you, I'm getting 8 months, right, for a timing. But you're seeing here that you're at the early stages here of a relationship with the aces. So from now to like 8 months here, it looks like something could be really forming between you and another person. All right. Aries through Pisces. Five of Fire. All right, let's see. Aries. I see the Chariot. So Aries is focused on you. All right. This is an important time for you. And I'm seeing here that discipline is important when it comes to an Aries. You have to stay focused on what the end game is, right? And knowing that it's coming in. You have Archangel Metatron. You have the Chariot, Cancer, energy. Aries is focused on you, all right? And they see you. So I'm seeing an important achievement coming in between you and an Aries. You guys getting over whatever obstacle that you're currently going through. Taurus, 8 of Water. All right. There may be a desire to move on, the search for something more meaningful. All right, so some of you may not be feeling fulfilled from a Taurus, and right now maybe it is about taking a step back. Your challenge is the Hanged Man. Maybe I didn't focus enough on that. Your challenge is the Hanged Man. So it seems like you're interested in somebody, something got started, but it seems like something's not moving, something's not getting off the ground, right? And the Two of Wands is what you're wanting. You wanting to get to the next step, right? The Two of Wands. But you have a huge pause here that's happening. It's because somebody has to take action towards you. That's your story here, right? And it's like you may be trying to take action, constant action towards somebody, but if you're getting resistance from that person, it's because they're the ones that are supposed to be stepping up towards you. All right, you're not the masculine here, right? And so with Taurus, I'm seeing a desire to move on. There may be a sense that you guys are going through separation, or there's been an uncertainty happening here between you and a Taurus, which means that right now it might be best that you're just kind of going your own ways temporarily until you figure out where this relationship is headed. We have Seven of Fire for Gemini. All right, so this is talking about stand your ground. All right, choose your battles wisely, though. So if you're trying to connect with a Gemini and you want it to happen, don't fight about every little thing that is going on. I mean, I know some people don't like to hear my perspective of things, right, about that. But if you want to get what you want, choose your battles wisely. All right, don't fight every battle. Don't pick every battle. It's like, because you're just going to drain your energy and then get to the, that's how you get to the 8 and the 9 and the 10 of Wands. And then next thing you know, there's no more energy left. Right. So you want to be strategic when you're trying to get what you want. All right. So choose your battles wisely with a Gemini, because it looks like they could be putting their guards up around you, or, pushing you back. Cancer, Two of Water, a relationship that continues to grow closer. So I'm seeing here, you have for your card, Two of Water, Two of Wands. So the twos are coming through for you strong, right? And it's showing me here that you're still in some sort of early stage, but you're putting so much importance on a relationship, like it needs to be more now, right? You need something more from it now. But if you need something so badly from something or someone, then they're going to feel that energy and they're not going to want to deliver. So the more you need something, the more somebody is going to pull away from you. Need it less, and then watch it come in, right? But I'm seeing you in Cancer here, having a conversation. It's like a reconciliation. It's the beginning of a relationship forming. I'm talking a lot about manifesting today, guys. So if I'm throwing you guys off a little bit, just let me know. Sometimes my readings, they go with manifesting, and that is it. All right. If you want something bad enough, you've got to listen to the energies that you're in, and you got to figure out what the problem is and what the energetic problem is. And if you want to see the outcome, or you want anything to change between you and the situation, I don't care if you just met the person. If you don't understand the dynamic that you're in, you're going to keep repeating the same thing, and then you may sabotage something that was never meant to, that wasn't even going in that direction, but you perceived it that way. Right? So if I'm losing you guys today with all that talk, let me know. It is a great time to manifest right now. That's why I feel like I'm pulling that energy out for you. Okay. So we're seeing Leo, Queen of Earth, right? Taking a sensible approach. It looks like, you may be dealing with some challenges with the Leo. All right. But you guys are making it happen. All right. Taking thoughtful steps towards one another. I do see a Leo here that, with a little bit of a conversation or talking about things, they may understand you a lot more, or try to understand you a lot more. But I am seeing slow and steady wins the race here with a Leo. Virgo, I'm seeing Seven of Water. So Virgo here, you have to make an important decision here when it comes to a Virgo. You might need to do a little research on your person. All right. And this card can be a tough card, Seven of Cups. It's my natal card, right? So I know it very well. And the thing is stop procrastinating, make a choice. Stop procrastinating with waiting for somebody else to make a choice, with the universe to make a choice. You have to make a choice. You have to make the choice. And it can be difficult. Now, it can be a positive choice in a sense, like maybe you're just nervous about something and you're second guessing yourself and you need to make a choice and go for it. Or it can be you're not fulfilled by something, but you keep trying to make something true, but it's not fulfilling you. Even if the connection is still there and your person keeps coming in for you, you're still not getting what you want. You're still not feeling satisfied. So this card here feels like you both are kind of giving off that energy, and you got to make a choice about where this is going. Libra, I see Queen of Fire, very confident energy, sees a future with you. Don't underestimate yourself when it comes to a Libra, because it looks like you and Libra could be very successful in a relationship. Scorpio, Four of Pentacles, let go a little bit. You might be too cautious. You might be holding on too tight. You might be overthinking it. Maybe there is a little bit of jealousy happening here. Maybe you think your Scorpio is talking to other people, whatever. Let go a little bit. Don't give in to the fears when it comes to your Scorpio. It seems like you got them hooked, but you may be letting control issues get the best of you. Sagittarius, I see the High Priestess, Archangel Haniel. And I love this energy. If you ever really want some extra healing, I just feel like calling in Archangel Haniel really works. Listen to your intuition. Have patience when it comes to a Sagittarius, and consider carefully what you want before acting. So what does that mean? If you're going to text your Sag, make sure you're clear about your intention of what you're trying to get from them. Don't play any games. And what I mean by that is not malicious games. That word games can be triggering because a lot of people play freaking games nowadays that I'm not talking about those games. I'm talking about, what do you really want from them? What do you want in return? So don't beat around the bush, just be straightforward, and be honest, and be honest with your expectations of what you want back, because when you're in alignment, you're truly going to get the response that you want. All right. So just consider carefully what you're expecting when you act towards a Sagittarius. Capricorn, the star, Archangel Jophiel. All right. And I'm seeing here happy times coming in, and, staying true to your plans here when it comes to your Capricorn here. You're on the right path. Aquarius, 7 of air. 7 of Swords. I like the way they put it here, though. It says plans that need revision, right? So whatever you're trying to do with your Aquarius, you might want to take another look, all right? Maybe you just want to revamp your plans, all right? But I'm seeing here there's more going on than meets the eye, all right? So pay attention to what's going on, and I'm also seeing poor timing. Pisces, 2 of Pentacles. There's too much going on at once with the Pisces as well. So you may be feeling like you need to make a decision whether or not they have too much going on and they don't have enough time for you. Or can you think of a more playful approach with your Pisces? Because if they have a lot going on, they may be taking, they might be overreacting to you because they're just too much going on. So it's saying approach more playfully. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6 was Virgo, was 7 of water. All right. On Cancer, that was Virgo. I got all 12 here. All right. All right. Did that make sense? All right. Leo. Awesome. All right. I'll kick it back a little bit with all the manifesting talk. All right, let's see. Leo. All right, Leo. We're looking at everything. All right, let's see your biggest challenge though right now. All right, justice, legal matters, and decisions. Ooh, oh my God. What a wild. You're dealing with a lot, right? A lot of karma. You know, if you did what you feel like you stayed in your lane and you're just doing everything that you possibly can do, you know, I mean, it looks like justice will be served. Whoever did the deed is gonna serve the sentence, you know, pretty much. Yeah, sometimes the law sucks. Sometimes good guys, you know, get a little bit of that sentence too. But we learn and we grow. You know, the point is to, you know, just realize that sometimes the rules aren't fair, laws aren't fair, you know, shit's not always fair, right? But anyways, you know, it feels as though, you know, that's the problem. And, you know, making some important decisions, you know, you know, regarding that. And that's been big today, you know. It's like, yeah, sometimes, you know, even you do everything the best you can, shit still turns out and you're like, what the fuck? What did I sign up for? You know? Well, that's part of, if we can look at things as just things happening to us rather than having to be a story of why it happened to us, it can kind of take the energy off of, you know, everything falling on us, you know, the sky's falling on us, you know, our life sucks, you know. It's a thing. And it looks like, you know, shit's been happening and um you know, but the good news is though, is it looks like it's all starting to come back into balance. So let's take a look at your energy and what's going on. The thing about talk and manifest all the time is that you learn to live it when you talk it so much. So I talk it all the time. It comes out naturally because that's my thought processes. And when you train your brain like that, you end up automatically doing what you say. So there's always something to it. All right. So 10 of Cups, right? So I'm seeing family, I'm seeing relationship matters and decisions around relationships. All right. Oh, the challenge, financial. The challenge is difficult, you know. It could be financial, it could be just fatigue, healthy, just, you know, feeling down and out. When one thing hits, when it rains, it pours, you know, the whole world feels like it's against you. It may even feel like your family, you know, like what the hell, you know, it just even feels like you're having some difficulties when it comes to relationships, and I can see it. But look at this, Queen of Pentacles. You got this. All right. That's all Spirit's got. You got this. You've been doing your thing. You've been taking care of business. You've been on point. You know, you're above, you've got this. I don't want to say like, you know, we're not all above that. We all can find ourselves in the Five of Pentacles energy, right? But it does feel like a mindset. And when all of a sudden we're being hit with some injustices or somebody being dishonest to us, and we feel like we're taking care of everything and we're the only one holding things together, you know, sometimes we can forget who we really are. And a situation can make us feel less than we are. So a situation may be making you feel insecure. and doubting your worth. All right. But this is an energy and you're going to get past this. You're going to get through this. All right. It may feel unfair right now, may feel like, somebody really did you dirty. I don't know. Maybe it feels like, you just nothing's working out for you at the moment, but it is. All right. And let's see your person's energy. I see the Temperance card. I see the Ten of Pentacles. And I see the Knight of Cups. All right. So I can see, it seems like you worry more about the practical things in a relationship. You worry about the long-term longevity of a relationship. It looks like your person here is just kind of go with the flow and let things figure things out. They follow their heart. They're very romantic. They have a lot of romantic feelings towards you, but it seems like you carry more difficulty when it comes to somebody being responsible. It feels like your person here may talk a good game. Now, I don't know if I'm seeing family and marriage on both sides. So I don't know if there's something about, are you feeling like you carry most of the weight and your person, is kind of gonna go with the flow, dreamland, the Knight of Cups, a very loving energy. I mean, it feels like a Pisces energy, but it's Sag. It's like your person wants it all. The Ten of Pentacles wants a beautiful life, wants long term, and maybe talks a good game, but maybe it seems like they're not in balance with you. Seems like you're carrying most of the weight. You're doing more of the work in this connection. And you can get thrown by this because this person has love for you, or is fallen in love with you, or you have fallen in love with this person too. And I see there is potential for things to really go, but there's a balance. There's an imbalance in this relationship. So what does Spirit think you should do? I said 10 of Wands. You can't do it all. You can't do it all. You got 10, 10, 10 showing up. You're trying to carry the whole relationship and do the whole relationship yourself. And your person's gotten this Temperance card. The challenge is the 10 of Pentacles, which tells me your person is non-committal with responsibilities. So you may be feeling like, you can't get ahead of yourself and you're responsible, but you're falling in love with somebody and you want in a relationship with somebody who makes work harder for you. You do all the work. You can't carry all the burdens, right? So you got to take a step back a little bit, and somebody else has to, pick up the pace here a little bit. It's like you're feeling a little bit left out. You're feeling like you're not seen by this person. You're not seeing how hard you work for this person, how much you want a happy relationship with this person. You're focused on long term, and your person is focused in the moment. I just want to see where things go, just kind of romantic, when they love you, when they see you. And then, when we start talking about long term, it just feels like it's not fair and you're carrying the weight. So what does Spirit, think you should do? The 10 of Pentacles. What's their next intentions towards you before I get into Aries through Pisces? I see the King of Wands here. It feels like this person really is inspired by you and really does want to see a future with you. So maybe you're just meant to not work so hard with this person. Take a step back and stop doing all of it. Let this person step up to the plate is what I'm getting. If you guys are in relationships and there's a marriage, right, that's causing a problem for both of you guys, because I'm seeing here that it's stressing you out. This person can't give you everything you need because of another relationship, and it doesn't seem like they're in a rush to solve their issue. They see a future with you, but it's causing you more stress. So you do what you will with that. That's the energy I'm picking up with that. Now, if there's no other relationship, you're carrying all the burdens, you're doing all the work, and your person talks a good game, but they got to step up and you got to take a step back. Take your energy away. They'll feel it. All right. And not in a mean way. I'm just saying, you know, if you want to be seen, you've got to take away what somebody's taken for granted. Maybe that is, I don't know. Maybe I am playing. Both my boys went to the military. I don't know. Maybe I am kind of a meanie. If conversation ain't working, all right. Time frame is within a few days, right? So it feels like this could be happening within the next few days. Some sort of conversation around making a decision around balance and around where things are going. We need to be honest with each other and we need to speak our truth because it seems like it's going to come to an head with the 10 of Wands with you, Leo, where you're finally going to, you're finally going to reach a point where you just can't give anymore. And that's when the justice maybe comes in. Let's see the dice for you and Aries through Pisces. This person loves what you can give to them. I got 11 and 2. So 2's all about decision. 11 is the justice card. And it's also, very, it's a twin flamey energy too. So I am seeing justice for my Leos. Let's see Aries through Pisces. All right, so Spirit, where do you want me to go with Leo, Aries through Pisces? What do they need to know about their person, Aries through Pisces? Aries, release. You got the Death card. All right. And I'm seeing here the end of a phase or a situation. It's time to move on from something with an Aries. Now, with this reading I just did, it's just saying here, if you've had some sort of injustice as well with an Aries, and you still want to be in a relationship with somebody, we've got to let go of the injustice, find forgiveness, and it's not for them, guys. It's not for them. It's for you, because the poison affects you. The injustice, the lack of forgiveness, it stays in your body, not theirs. So it's not affecting them. You might be mad and saying they need to, they owe me, they need to say they're sorry. And they're not mad. It's not affecting their life. You want it to, but it's affecting you more. And so when it says release and find the ultimate forgiveness, it's for you, not for the other person. But I'm seeing an end of a phase. Something has to end between you and an Aries in order for it to evolve. Taurus, too much is going on with you in Taurus right now. You got so much going on, and it's like we throw everything in at once. So once we argue about one thing, or once we're worried about one thing, we throw everything into the pot, right? That's too much. It's saying you need to make a decision about what's important, focus on one thing at a time. And if there's too much going on between you and a Taurus, it's just saying consider a more playful approach rather than the old school, direct, let's confront things the way I would, right? It's saying let's be playful and try and get through this energy. Gemini, all right, a complex decision. You got to make a decision with a Gemini. Do some research on your Gemini. Do some research on how far you've come. Do you feel like you have gotten a lot out of the situation? Are you fulfilled? Are you fighting for something that even if you had it, it's not fulfilling you? You got to make a choice, right? But I am seeing here your Gemini is in your energy. They want to be there, but they're not always giving you exactly what you need. Cancer, I see You guys share a lot of good times together. There could be some issues regarding children when it comes to your Cancer. You guys may be living in the past too much, trying to be what you were in the past. And what happens with that is we don't allow ourselves to be who we are now. You want your person to see you as you are now, not yesterday, right? And so it looks like you guys could really find a moment to reconcile, you and Cancer, but we got to get out of the past energy of whatever happened in the past, whether it was with somebody else or, you see them as somebody who they used to be in the past and you want them to be the same. They're not going to be the same person. Leo, Queen of Fire. Leo, you're on fire. Stretch your wings and fly. All right. Don't underestimate yourself. I'm going back to the beginning here. Don't underestimate yourself. It may feel like you've had a lot of injustices and like people are, like I said, you've been staying in your own lane, doing your own thing and staying true. I mean, you're going to make it through this energy. All right. You're definitely going to make it through this energy. Don't underestimate yourself with another Leo. You guys both kind of see a future here. Virgo, Ace of Pentacles. All right. So there's a promise of a new beginning coming in with you and a Virgo. This is important contract, important relationship for you. So you and Virgo here establishing some sort of new terms. Libra, Archangel Ariel. All right, we have Strength card. I love this card because it's saying release harsh judgments on each other. Forgiveness and compassion. It's going to take a lot of strength for the two of you, but you guys can strengthen this bond. That's Libra. Scorpio. Being too jealous or too cautious with a Scorpio. Let go a little bit. Right? They're invested. They're invested in this, but you may need to let go a little bit of when, it's just being too cautious, being sometimes too possessive of the situation. Your energy's on it too much with the Scorpio. And you don't, for some of you, I want to say, like, you're a Leo. You don't need to put that much energy on anybody, right? You're fixed though, right? Your Scorpio will feel that. Pull back a little bit. And it just seems like you guys are very loyal to one another. You guys will figure out a happy medium. Possessiveness here. And I can see, I dated a Leo. So I can see how it can happen. Very possessiveness energy between the two of you. Sagittarius, ego. A false sense of entrapment. Being overly focused on negative or fear-based thoughts. It's the devil energy. Archangel Jophiel may want to meditate with that energy. And both of you are letting your egos get in the way. And to me, it feels like there's desire here, strong desire. You both want each other. And sometimes it takes just one person changing. If one person can, acknowledge the ego in the other person and just, you can dissolve and change the dynamic. But you guys have a strong power struggle and strong attachment to one another. Capricorn, Eight of Swords. You guys are lacking confidence when it comes to a Capricorn. They might have said or done things too many times that just make you doubt the situation. And it feels like they're afraid to take action towards you. They may feel a sense of insecurity or doubt from you. Aquarius. All right. Your wish comes true with an Aquarius. Whatever between you and an Aquarius, it seems like something they're going to do this week will, all your concerns will fade away, is what this one says. All right. So getting what you want with an Aquarius and Pisces, Knight of Earth. All right. Time to buckle down and get real about the things that are important when it comes to a Pisces. All right. Honor your commitments. And it looks like your Pisces is very dedicated to you, very kind and very loyal. But what I'm seeing here is it might be your Pisces that needs to honor their commitments. And if you're dealing with the Pisces and they are irresponsible, that's what's coming up here. You're taking on all the work. Sometimes the uncomfortable part is not doing anything, and it sucks for both of you because you want to see growth and your other person is comfortable with whatever you do. But if you take back your power and you take back your energy, you're going to give this person a reason to have to step up. All right, that was Leo. It is Virgo time. Don't forget I'm doing the super chats after this. If you guys want to jump in on there. Virgo 145. Wow, these got a little bit long today. I only go live once a week now, so it's not as bad anymore. All right. Good luck, Colleen. All right, Virgo. Virgo, Virgo, Virgo. Where are you at? All right, let's see. Ooh, wow, Virgo. You get a good shuffle here too. Virgo, things feel like they're falling apart for you. I'm looking at everything today, right? So just take what resonates, leave the rest. I start off with your challenge. I look at who's coming towards you, their energy and feelings for the week. I look at Aries through Pisces, additional message. I'm getting numbers and a possible timing for a question that you might have on your mind or the reading. Virgo, you know, something's changing. Something's changing for you and it's out of your control. You know, things are knocking down, old falsities are knocking down, things that weren't holding you together, that you were holding on to, not happening anymore. I want to say this, it feels very uncomfortable to allow this to happen, but it does feel like you're being chipped away at so that you be more vulnerable, so that you can be more vulnerable. That's what I feel like that tower is representing today. It feels like you've had to keep this strong structure, you know, you're okay with change. You're okay with things happening. You're okay with things ending too and moving forward. But you like to keep yourself perfect in with everything. It's hard for you to just fall apart at times, right? And it's happening inevitably right now for you, I think, with everything that's going on. So it can feel very uncomfortable to just let something not work itself out. It can feel uncomfortable if you know you can fix something, but you don't have the energy to fix it, right? Or, you know, you really want something to work, but you're drained, right? It's because these little pieces of you that are no longer serving you are kind of, it's like you can't fix it all. You can't do it all, right? So your energy, you're getting the 10 of Cups for you as well. Getting the 7 of Pentacles, and we're getting the Devil card. You're focused on the future way too much. You're trying to build something. You're focusing on the future before you even established a foundation with somebody right now. I've got a relationship. You want a relationship. You want to know where it's going. It's stressing you out, the devil card. It's like you know what you want, but your wants are getting ahead of you. Your wants that you want with somebody, you're wanting something with somebody and it's falling apart or it's not stable just yet. So how can you create a future? How can you have a healthy relationship if you're already starting off a relationship with panicking with where things are going to go because it just feels so chaotic? It's like you're hoping things get better. You know, even though I know something doesn't feel stable, I want it anyways. And you know what the test is going to be for you? You know what and you're right. I'm not arguing that at all. That is true, David. That is very true. But this is what I was going to say. My next comment is if you feel like you're the only one holding a relationship together and you're falling apart and you get hit with something in your life, maybe a passing of somebody, maybe a loss of a job, maybe a loss of your own mind, maybe you're just tired, you know, and you're falling apart, but you don't think your person's going to carry you or pick you up, then you're in the wrong relationship. If you're terrified to be seen and you're falling apart and you're very uncertain right now because your life is shaken up and you are just uncomfortable, that to the point where you are constantly worried about your future. This is obsessing over your future. And especially in a relationship with somebody and you're needing somebody here to comfort you in some way or bring some certain stability. To me, this is where the challenge is. You're going to find out if your person is going to pick up the slack for you, if they're going to be there for you. Now, it doesn't mean that you're going to be there forever, but that's how relationships work. It's like you should feel safe enough that if I can't always have it together, my person's going to be there for me. I shouldn't always have to feel like I'm on or I have to prove something or be the strong one to keep this relationship going. It's not going to work. Naturally, your soul is going to burn out. You're not going to be able to sustain that for a long period of time. So let's see your person. I'm seeing a Capricorn energy come up. I see an Aries Scorpio energy come up. I see your person. I see the King of Wands, right? So this is pretty good. So some of you may find that your person really does care about you. Maybe they do need to see you fall apart for a minute. Maybe some of you trying to act way too strong, way too cool in a situation, trying to maintain. I don't want to seem needy. There's some of us like that in a relationship that's going to be like, oh, no, I'm fine. Even though inside I know I'm not. Right? That fine word. Maybe you don't need to be fine all the time. And you need to see who will show up for you. Now, the person here, I got the King of Wands, I have the Temperance card, and I have the Queen of Swords, right? So I see your person here sees you. I see somebody here that maybe there is an imbalance in the relationship. Maybe you feel like this person needs to give more, but how can they give more if you're doing it all? Or if you're acting like everything's fine? If you're trying to stay as minimal as you can, and if you're trying to ask for the least you can possibly ask, one, that's a wound. That's a wound. And you're not trying to be a problem to somebody because you want to keep the connection. I feel like you're being taught here right now that no, you need to be a problem. You need to be okay with being a problem, and your other person being okay with seeing that sometimes you can't show up 100% all the time. And when there is an imbalance, your person will show up for you. A King of Wands will show up for you. Your person will be there for you. They need to see your weaknesses at times. And that's not going to be for everybody. This reading's not going to be for everybody. This reading's going to be for somebody who really is afraid to ask for anything in a relationship. You ask for the bare minimum. And, you know, you wonder why a person ain't showing up for you. You got to demand more. But that's also how you're going to find out if somebody's willing to give you anything. And if they're not giving you even the bare minimum, then, you know, that's where, you know, Seven of Cups comes in. So what does Spirit think you should do? The Fool card. Take a leap of faith, Virgo. Let somebody in. All right. This isn't you acting all chill, cool, calm. Everything's good. I go with the flow. I can do what I want. I mean, I'm fine. I love that. You're not all the time. And so for whoever needs to hear this, you want to see real love. You want to see unconditional love. You know, fall apart around the people who care about you and see who's there for you. Right? So let's roll some dice, and I'll see Aries to Pisces what to expect from their energy this week. I have 1, 2, and 3 showing up for my Virgos. So 1, 2, 3, go, right? 1, 2, 3, Fool card. Who gives a shit? Go. Be yourself, right? I have Pisces energy, Aquarius energy, Libra energy, and I have Gemini energy. All right. Now I see a new stage of something. So I see something beginning for you guys. This could be a new level of your relationships. This might be a chance for you to actually see something unfold in a different way for you. See somebody show up for you differently. I have the Sun card, which Sun's in Pisces right now. And I also have the North Node, which is also in Pisces right now. So Virgo, this is very, very, very specific. The North Node in Pisces is, you know, the South Node's in Virgo. So you're being asked to release a lot of those things that you're so used to. They're embedded in you. Your way of being embedded in you, this perfectionism, this organization, this control, it's embedded in you. Now you have the North Node and you have Pisces conjunct, right? I think it's actually conjunct to the degree of the Sun right now on the North Node. It's sending you to surrender, and it's putting you in alignment with a spiritual relationship, a relationship that's helping you grow, one that you're growing, your soul wants to evolve with, right? So in order to evolve into a new relationship, we've got to let go of some of the old ways that we think, you know, we need to hold on to make something work. That's that Tower card. So some major awakenings happening here for my Virgos. All right. Let's see, before I go into Aries to Pisces, let's see a time frame for some of you. All right, this may not be for all of you, but I'll pick a time frame if you guys are asking when something might happen. You are experiencing hesitation. Be clear with your desires, and the time frame is within 10 months. All right. And this whole be clear with your desires is kind of the whole thing that I've been just talking about, you know, not being afraid to really express what you need, what you want. Aries through Pisces. All right. So, Aries, what does Spirit want you to know about each zodiac sign that you're connected to? Aries through Pisces. 8 of Water. So, Aries, you know, there's a desire to move on, to search for something more meaningful, spiritual and emotional growth. You may be, I'm sorry, I can't, I'm laughing. All right. Oh no, the world is crumbling. All right. I hope you took that as the, you know, for what it was, right? Of course, I wasn't being like, you know, I mean, it's not funny, right? But a desire to move on, to search for something more meaningful tells me, is your Aries fulfilling you? I mean, are you just addicted to the connection when you get it, but is it really fulfilling you? So you may be outgrowing your Aries or vice versa. And it doesn't mean it's permanent. Nothing's permanent, but it could mean right now that, maybe you are just outgrowing the situation. Taurus, I see the World card. Getting ready to celebrate some sort of job well done, feeling happy. You guys are moving towards the right path, all right? So you have Archangel Michael with this one, and it feels like you guys are moving towards, I don't want to say enlightenment, I guess, but a more stable commit. I'll go with a more stable commitment. Gemini, the High Priestess, Archangel Haniel. Listen to your intuition. Consider carefully what you want before acting when it comes to a Gemini. All right. Make sure you're being clear about what you want. Listen to what your Gemini is saying. Observe more. So if you're finding that you're always talking, take a step back and listen to what they're saying, because you'll get an earful. If you listen to your Gemini, you'll hear all the truths. I have Cancer, Knight of Cups. Very emotional and drawn to you. All right. Romantic feelings, falling in love with you. You could get a wedding proposal for some of you with the Cancer. But you may get an invitation to some sort of event when it comes to a Cancer. Leo, could be a reconciliation with a Leo. Right now you might be dealing with some sadness. You need some time to heal. If you just broke up with a Leo, it's too soon. Give it some time. I do see a reconciliation. It's not easy on both. It's not easy on either of you. But you have to forgive yourself or others in order to reconcile. And that lands differently depending on how you look at forgiveness. Virgo, ego, Archangel Jophiel, the devil is showing up for you in your energy. And look at this, the devil up in your energy. So you could be going through an ego death, right? With that Tower card. Right now there's just, something about being vulnerable and allowing your desires to be seen, and not holding back and being okay with it because you've done it for so long. You've gone so long with maybe taking care of other people's needs and not your own, that it's okay to say, I'll get to mine later, but not anymore. It feels like Virgo's one of your biggest lessons right now is making sure your needs are getting met and fully fulfilled. And that's something that maybe you're not used to asking for some of you. Some of you got it nailed. I don't know. Go write a course, I'll take it, right? But I am seeing here that you are, the devil is showing up. You're stressing about a lot of things, excessive worry. You may focus on, the fear of everything so much, the fear of being seen, the fear of something not working out, the fear of the future. Tells me you're living in the future too much, not living in the present. You and another Virgo here doing the same thing. And you got to make a conscious decision to focus on less fearful thoughts. Libra, the star. Libra is like, let's have some good times. All right. So you're on the right path when it comes to a Libra. All right. Seems like they are, in alignment with you. They desire this connection. It seems like very optimistic about where things could go with you. Scorpio, Archangel Azrael, the death card. Scorpio, very transformational. So an end of a phase with the Scorpio. A lot of spiritual transformation. Maybe you both are realizing why you guys, the meaning, you realize now what the whole purpose of the relationship was. So you're able to move on from something. It doesn't mean that you have to move on from each other, but it looks like you both are ready to evolve into another level. Sagittarius, an exciting new opportunity when a Sagittarius is coming in. All right. It's about to change your life now. Capricorn, the Hermit. All right. So, maybe Capricorn just needs a little bit of space from you right now. Archangel Raziel. You know, they just need some quiet time. But it looks like their focus is on you and they want to see you again. Aquarius. Your wishes come in true with an Aquarius. All right. It says a love of life. You're their love of their life. Right. And Pisces, the dreamer, Archangel Metatron. That's that Fool card for Pisces. So it looks like some of you, you're being asked to be vulnerable with a Pisces. Allow yourself to open up and just see where it takes you. Decide not to worry about anything anymore. All right, just decide. I'm not going to worry about where it takes me, and I'm not going to let what they do control my emotions. I'm just going to go for it and see what happens. I love you guys. All right, welcome, Kat. I know I got a response to a lot of comments. I got a lot of new people. You guys are awesome. Yes, I'm always live on Mondays for all signs. In the springtime, I might go live one more time again. I want to get outside, though, and do it. I just didn't have the chance here. Being inside all the time, going live, I need to be outside. All right. We are moving on to Libra. Libra, Libra, Libra. 2-0. Yeah, I may end up having to change the time if I don't get done in time. You are correct, Angel. Thank you. 2-5. I won't rush through, Cappy. And plus, Angel, tomorrow I'm doing Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces live. So I'll do all three, and you guys will get it's actually going to be a bonus because you know I go longer when I'm live. So you'll get a bonus. My energy wouldn't allow me last week to make too many videos. You know, so I have to make up for it. All right, Libra, it's about to pay off. What a way to start. All right, Spirit is saying we are switching the tune here at Libra's reading from Libra to Pisces. All right, this is usually about what happens. You know, all that hard work going down, and now we're, you know, success. You know, you got the fox showing up here too. Maybe some of you that means something, look up the fox. But you're about to win something. So let's see what's going on. All right, Libra. Everybody needs to go hang out with a Libra because apparently they're going to win the lottery. Or they're going to be celebrating a win of some sort. I don't know what you're winning, but if we wanted to stop right here, and that was the only card I had to pull for you, it is saying it is about to pay off. All right. So I'm saying if you want to take it and leave, I would take that and leave. All right. Your energy, page of materials. So we are seeing here money, money, money. So some of you could be winning money, a job, an opportunity to make more money. This is something new financial. I know we're here for love, guys, but why not? Why not? All right. Why not? Second card, establishing money here, establishing maybe something to do with health. You know, you've been working really hard on your health, and now you're about, maybe you're going to win that one over that you've been looking for, you know? But I am seeing here Page of Pentacles for you. So you are making progress is what that tells me. All right. I'm seeing the Knight of Pentacles, and I'm seeing the Two of Cups. Look at this as leading you to a relationship. So you've been working really hard, maybe on yourself or on your life or on your job. And it seems as though, let's look at this in a couple different ways. If you've been working and focusing mainly on your career and your stability, and you've been working your ass off, right? That's the problem. The Knight of Materials, working your ass off. Looks like you're finally stable and in a place that you're matching somebody's frequency. I see a relationship forming here. You're connecting with somebody. So it could be somebody you already know. Somebody's already fallen in love. You've fallen in love with somebody. You've met them somewhere, you know, or you're about to meet them. It could even be that too, right? Or somebody you work with, the Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. It looks like you are developing feelings, and somebody is developing feelings for you. So it is paying off. Whatever you've been working it, you know. Maybe some of you just been really focused and determined to get to a relationship, and you're finally getting there, right? You get into that next step. So however you want to look at it, it's playing out perfectly for you. You know, let's see your person or the person who's coming towards you. And when your money's in order, guess what? It looks like your love's coming into order. Because I feel like, isn't that Libra, right? Venus, money and love. Like when you're doing good in one, you're doing good in another. So think about, like, I guess I thought about that too with my house 7 and my house 10. It's like when those two are in alignment, to me, it feels like I'm in alignment. My relationships are in alignment. Could be for you. Your person, 10 of Pentacles. Ooh, I have the Devil card. Somebody very obsessed with you, or very, very attached to you. And I have the Ace of Cups. Ace of Cups. And, you know, you have somebody here who is building a life of their own. Somebody here who seems to be well off. 10 of Pentacles. You know, they may, you know, this could be somebody who focuses a lot on material things, right? You know, that's fine. That's okay. The Devil card doesn't mean it's a bad guy. Doesn't mean anything. It's just somebody here likes good things. Somebody wants good things. Somebody wants to live the good life. Somebody wants long-term stability. Somebody likes status. Somebody likes to spend money on good things. But it looks like somebody here is falling in love with you, because you have the Ace of Cups and you have the 10 and the 2 of Cups. So it has a lot to do with work and business and responsibilities. It could be somebody that you, all right, for some of you, I see somebody could be in a relationship, but they are obsessed about you, you know, if you need to hear that. Because I know some of you, and this is no judgment at all whatsoever, but that message is there. It looks like somebody here is very attached to you, falling in love with you, all right? And so maybe it is going to pay off. Maybe somebody will leave a relationship to be with you because their attachment is just too strong, right? Now that that's out of the picture, it just looks like to me that you could be connecting to somebody who's very serious about money, very serious about family, wealth, long-term goals. And they could be somebody that you work with, or somebody that you're getting to know through work if you're single. Because the Ace of Cups and the 2 of Cups can be a new relationship coming in for some of you. All right. Now, for some of you, this is somebody that you've known for a long time. They're just part of your tribe. And there is definitely a strong lustful attachment. You guys definitely desire each other. Lust always takes over. You guys know that there is just an attraction, you know, but maybe you guys trigger each other in ways, and you got to figure that shit out. I don't feel like going down that path today of what might need to be figured out. But what I can see is there's love forming, and this relationship is formed around love. So whatever you've been going through with this person, it looks like steady progress. We're just getting to know. Maybe this person's completely different than you're used to. You know, you've had a hard time trying to figure out or understand somebody, right? And, you know, but now with time, you're starting to understand your person a little bit more. And maybe they do obsess. Maybe they do worry about things. Maybe they do want a lot. Maybe they do like the good things. But regardless, it doesn't mean that there's not a love relationship able to form from this. So what does Spirit think you should do? And I see the Page of Cups. Open up your heart. Be playful. You know, find that child inside you that is just like, you know something, you know what, when I was younger, I didn't think about everything. I just kind of went with the flow, and I was in love, and I fell in love, and I just was playful, you know, being playful in the moment, not getting too serious, and just enjoying the moments that we do have. But you are being asked to open up a little bit and be playful. Right? Not take everything so serious maybe at times. And I know that can be hard to say, and if that's a trigger, I take everything serious, right? So when somebody says, don't take it so serious, I get pissed off, right? Because I'm like, it's like telling somebody who can't relax, right? I get it, but there's still, you know, we still got to learn how to not overreact at the same time, right? So what I'm seeing here, though, is you're a very serious person. And with the Knight of Pentacles and the Page of Pentacles, you can be somebody who's very cautious if you don't know everything that's going on, or if you don't understand anybody, or if things aren't going your way. You might get a little bit cautious or controlling of a situation. Now, with that being said, that can hold you back from actually having fun in a situation. You may be taking a situation too seriously. And Spirit's just saying, just try and lighten up a little bit about it. Of course, if this feels right to you. Now, if somebody is draining you, that's not the energy I'm picking up on. All right. So it's a different read-in for that. Let's see timing. So for some of you, if you want to know, if you have a specific question about a time frame, let's see. And then I'll look at Aries through Pisces. Before the end of the summer month, right? And you know, the earth is spinning like Superman is going around it. You know what I mean? Like super fast. It's like we're going to be in the end of summer months before you know it. So some of you, don't worry, be happy. You may be very happy by the end of the summer months, forming now. Now you have the Page of Pentacles and the Knight of Pentacles, which can give off an energy like right now, things are just starting to unfold. They're building, you know? Oh, wait a minute. Aries through Pisces, before I take up those cards. And the dice. All right, you have the Sun and you have Pluto, major transformation energy. You have Pluto's in Aquarius right now, right? So, and we have the Sun in Pisces. So it could be dealing with Pisces, but I do see transformation happening here, big time transformation. I have Libra, Sag, Scorpio, and Capricorn energy for you. And I have 9 and 10, which is talking about a completion of a cycle. 9 and 10. All right. So for the 9th, you know, it'd be like, just don't give up right now, you know, and follow the advice here. Seems like, you know, things are coming around. It's about to pay off. 9 and 10. Aries, Knight of Fire, very passionate about you, right? Restless energy with your Aries, though, could stress you out. But there could be a sudden event that comes in with you and an Aries that may need attention right away. They may want your attention right away. Just make sure to think things through carefully, you know, with your Aries. Sometimes they can be rushing and you may make a decision too quickly and it's not the decision that you really want. But I can see new passion and something fun coming in with an Aries. Taurus, the Sun card, Archangel Uriel. All right, so happy outcome with the Taurus. Have confidence in yourself. Gemini, 7 of water. You know, you got to make a choice. You may want to do some research. You may want to think about if you're really fully happy with a Gemini. But it is saying, you know, a choice needs to be made. Stop procrastinating, make a choice if this is really what you want. Because, you know, if you're not happy, you're not happy. But if you want it, it looks as though you and a Gemini, you know, might actually turn into something a little bit more. Cancer, you have Two of Waters. So it looks like you and Cancer could be the one. You and Cancer starting a relationship, Two of Cups. So there's synchronicity right there. You know, taking time to get to know one another, expressing feelings, a conversation coming in with the Cancer. Leo, Three of Wands. Things look very good with you and a Leo, but have patience right now because things are still coming together. Virgo, I mean, it does say, you know, my Three of Wands is making long-term plans as well. Virgo, Five of Pentacles. There's a lot of fear, insecurities around this relationship. And with a Virgo, you know, maybe you need to go back and listen to Virgo's reading. It could have something to do with that. But it maybe you're not asking for enough. You're not asking for what you really need with a Virgo, and you're not getting what you need from a Virgo. So deciding on what it is you need and asking for it. And if you're not getting it from your Virgo, then you have to make a choice around whether or not they're healthy to stay with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Libra, you got King of Fire. That makes sense. King of Fire for your whole reading. I mean, you're on fire. Focus. You know, it says communicate with vision and be a leader, you know. So everything you're saying, everything you're doing, you're determined, you know, you're wanting, you're saying what you want out loud and you're getting it. So be careful with your words, because if you're saying what you don't want, that's why you're going to keep getting what you don't want. Does that make sense to you guys? You know, but I am seeing you have so much potential here, Libra. You're on fire, especially when it comes to your vision coming true with another Libra. Scorpio, Eight of Fire. All right, so pace may start picking up with a Scorpio. Delays are over. So if you felt like it was stagnant, if you feel like things have been stagnant, or things are all happening at once, right? I mean, they will start to happen at once. Things are going to start picking up a lot of communication with Scorpio. Sagittarius, taking a break right now. Allow more time to make a decision. Allow them more time. If you feel like you and Sagittarius are kind of in space, you know, taking a break, it's there for a reason. All right. So give them a little bit of time. And this is going to help you be clear about what it is you really want and need too. Sometimes during that space, we realize it's actually a break for us. Capricorn, Five of Cups, things not turning out the way you hoped, not seeing the positive in a situation and crying over spilt milk. All right. So what's going on? You know, I mean, your expectations may be getting in the way of what you wanted and what you, but you might not be seeing what you actually have. Because when you're focusing on all the things that you were hoping for, you're not seeing the things that are showing up that you didn't know were there. There could have been other things that Spirit thought you needed from this relationship. So if you guys are still kind of mulling over the past, it is saying time to let go of the past. Aquarius, the moon, Archangel Haniel. So pay attention to your psychic insights when it comes to an Aquarius, right? Scorpio, Sag, Cap, Aquarius. All right, release the fears around the situation with Aquarius. Release your fears. That's holding you back, you know? There's a lot going on behind the scenes. There's a lot of feelings here. And you'll be surprised when somebody else is not vocalizing what they really want. Some people have a hard time vocalizing what they're really feeling inside. But what they're feeling inside and what they're doing behind the scenes, you know, is always different from what you're perceiving. And somebody here seems to, you know, be making changes or trying to figure out, trying to make this work, or, you know, but they're also very fearful too of the future, right? Very fearful of the future. So you are being asked to just release fears that hold you back in this situation, and don't blow up everything that you see, because with the moon card, you can see a shadow and it could seem like somebody's cheating on you. And next thing you know, they're holding a stuffed animal for you, to give you a present, but you thought they were hugging some gorgeous person or something. That was really corny, but it got my point across, right? That happens in the moon card. We see what we want to see. Pisces, 9 of Pentacles. So it looks like Pisces is just trying to enjoy life's luxuries, whatever life has to give, right? They like to spend some time alone. Don't take this personal. Your Pisces here, is invested in this connection. They're definitely invested in you, but you may take it as avoidance if you think they don't want to see you or talk to you. They're just somebody that wants more time to themselves. Very independent energy. All right, did I roll the dice? I rolled the dice. Yep, I did everything. Scorpio. So remember, it's about to pay off, Libra. Sometimes I just can't find the, what is it, analogies, or comparisons there, and I just can't get them. All right, so Scorpio, Libra had a great reading. Libra's got it going on, definitely. All right, Scorpio. I know, VR, I'm happy you're here. Every Monday at 1 p.m. I love it when you guys show up. I only go live once a week now, so it is awesome when you guys can show up. It helps the energy. Remember, I'm reading for you guys, so when you're here, you represent your sign, and it does help out the energies in the live stream. All right, Scorpio. Signs and synchronicity. So we got to sit back here and talk here. Messages, symbols, and divine clues. So you're waiting for something. I can see that you're waiting for a direction. You're waiting for, I'm always going to look at your challenge first, and then I'm going to look at who's coming towards you, their energy and the feelings and whatever spirit has for you this week, Aries through Pisces. Make sure you're paying attention to the right signs and synchronicities. I'm a Scorpio, and I'm only saying that because I want to tell you what I'm doing this week. I am definitely paying more attention to signs and synchronicities on purpose. So I'm mentally focusing on things to enhance that ability, into intuitive ability, right? But there's more to that behind the scenes. So it feels like we're being very called to messages that might be coming from the divine, right? But you've got to you've got to know what, that you can manifest signs and synchronicities in, because you're hyper obsessed about them. So you can see the number 44 everywhere. If you say, I always see 44, you're going to see it everywhere you go, right? And you can see signs and symbols and synchronicities everywhere you go, if you want to bad enough. And that can skew the difference. All right. That can really, you've got to take a step back and separate and let divine bring to you. It's different from visualizing. It's like it shows up, right? So there's a difference between that. But this could be a very powerful week for you to See the signs clearly on which direction you're going in and where things are going. But the challenge for you is going to be creating your own signs, creating your own divine clues, and convincing yourself of certain things to be true. And that's where spirituality and you know, manifesting and manipulation can become, you know, confusing. Now you have too much information and you don't know what to believe. All right. So that might be one of your challenges this week. Don't be, you know, hyper focusing on synchronicities and signs, and see what shows up for you on its own. Pay attention to random things that show up for you that you just haven't seen in forever. You know, that's going to be your sign or synchronicity, not things that you're programmed to already see consciously. So you're challenging yourself a little bit. You guys like, okay. All right, so let's see what messages are coming your way. Sounds like something pretty big and important with these divine clues. All right. Show me your energy, Scorpio. Four of Wands. Two of Cups. And the Knight of Pentacles. All right. Some of you feeling very stagnant in a relationship, but there's something very comfortable about a relationship that you are engaging in. But I'm seeing boredom, stagnancy, slow moving, hyper focused, and I'm feeling like there's no reciprocation when it comes to a feeling. All right. But the thing is the Four of Wands is telling me a different story. It feels like you're meant to be with this person, or you're meant to connect with this person. Right? So why are you feeling like things are not being reciprocated? You know, with the challenge being the Two of Cups. Are you focusing on the wrong things? Are you projecting onto this person? Are you not seeing somebody for who they really are? Or, you know, are they just different than you? Are they just showing up in a, you know, just moving at a slower pace than you? You know, that's the only thing I can see. It's like it can become dull. It can become routine. It can become boring if you feel like your relationship is not evolving. But I'm here to tell you that it looks like this person here is meant to teach you a lesson in a weird way, you know, and it's about true happiness. It's not about what we're expecting another person to do or what they can do for us, but it's about seeing them for who they really are. So it feels like, you know, you may be on the right path with somebody. You may be connected to the right person with somebody, but you're seeing them for how you wish they were, or how you want them to be, or how you think they are, rather than opposed to what they or who they really are. I hope that came across clear. Now I'm going to look at the person's energy. Seven of Pentacles, the Hierophant, and the Empress. Somebody very attracted to you, but maybe feels like they can't give you what you need. You know, again, I'm getting the Seven of Pentacles, and I'm getting the challenge, the Hierophant. It just feels like I can't give you what you're worth. I can't give you everything you need. Maybe this person feels like you deserve more than them. Right? They're viewing you as the Empress. So I'm going to ask two hard questions. You know, well, maybe one. Are you connecting with somebody who does not meet your requirements? Are you connected to somebody who doesn't live up to your standards, but you feel comfortable with them and you love them and you want to be with them, but they don't meet your standards, and yet you get impatient and frustrated with this person because they don't always seem like they're showing up for you? You're an Empress. This person is like, it feels like this person wants to be able to give you everything you need, but it feels like you guys may value different things. You have different value systems, right? I just feel like your person is worried about whether or not they can give you everything you need. Your presence itself says, I want abundance. I want it all. And yet, you're really comfortable with your person. And this person here feels like somebody would give you anything, give you everything. So it could be about slowing down and just seeing your person a little bit differently. You have Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, Libra energy showing up for you. But I see somebody here who wants to make plans with you, but is wondering if they're worrying about the future. Because if they commit to you, are they going to be able to always give you? You may want them now. You may be like, I want this, I want this, I want this, but your person hesitant and there's a block. And this block is that they're thinking about the future. You may be happy with them now, but are you going to be happy with them long term? Is it sustainable? So you may have to ask yourself if it's true, right? This has nothing to do about good or bad people. I'm not picking up on anything good or bad people. I'm just picking up on, this somebody here feels as though they are not sure they can meet your expectations when it comes to your needs, your desires, your wants, what it is that you need to grow. Maybe you deserve more. Maybe they feel like you deserve more, better. And so somewhere they may be feeling from you that they're not enough. They can't give you enough, And that's where I'm wondering what's going on with you, because the Four of Wands, you love this person, you want to be around this person, but your challenge is you're not feeling satisfied. You're not feeling mutual attraction. You're feeling like something's off. You're feeling like you're feeling like they're not giving enough to you, but they feel like they can't give you enough. Does that make sense? And it doesn't, it just, what does Spirit think you should do? I got the Page of Cups for you too. Bring it back to the moment and have a little bit more fun. Again, this is about seeing each other for who you really are, not what you guys can give to each other. So this is far past more material things. This is more about love. This is more about unconditional love. Because this person seems to love you. And you seem to love this person, but it looks like money, material needs, resources are getting in the way of whether or not we truly are good enough for each other, or your person feeling like they're not good enough for you. So a little deep there. Let's see any of their intentions. I see the Two of Wands. You've got this person's attention. So to me, it tells me that if there's any kind of pause going on with you in a relationship, or you feel like you can't get past this wall with your person, you've got the twos showing up where it's just about trying a different way, making plans to do something a little differently, going at it from a different perspective. Learning not to project onto your person. Don't take that personal. I've had to learn that what projection really means and how we can project. For instance, I caught myself recently looking at somebody and saying they reminded me of a person that I didn't like in the past. And so I started to see that all their little actions they were doing, I was getting more angry because I was visualizing them as the person I didn't like in the past. That's projected, not realizing that an old wound from somebody else was being projected onto somebody else who's not doing the same thing. But to me, in my mind, it reminds me of somebody who did. So, you know, and so when you're hitting that wall with somebody, you just got to take a step back and say, you know, what am I doing here? Is this, who is this person and what are they really to me and what are they really doing? Or is it one of my traumas or triggers or somebody, you know, pointing something at this person like they're doing something wrong when they're not? So you have potential here for the two of you to really, really move into something, take that next step, but you've got to choose which, you know, seeing it differently. So I have the sun in the north node, guys, showing up again here, even with a little bit of Jupiter energy. So we're talking about expansion. It's like you're being asked, Scorpio, to expand past what you're normal, what you're used to. All right. And, you know, just try on something new for size. I have 7, 8, and 9 showing up for you as well. So this can also tell me that the 7s here, your person, you're in this area of kind of feeling blocked, but you've come so far, you know, but you're so close, but you got to figure out what this block is because it's for your own personal growth, right? I have Sag, Scorpio, Virgo, and Cancer. I even have a Leo over here on the side. It's time for expansion. Let's look at Aries through Pisces. All right, so if you're connected to an Aries through Pisces, all right, Aries, 6 of Pentacles. Again, I'm getting that same thing. Are some of you giving, and not receiving? You know, with an Aries, again, I'm seeing that you may be expecting them to return the favor, or you're giving so much and you're wanting them to return. And, you know, I am seeing them put more effort into the connection, but it's going back to, are you getting your needs met? I mean, are you asking for too much or too little? Most of us are asking for not enough, all right? So if you're getting the bare minimum, you need to ask yourself, you know, is there, you know, how long has this been going on? Do I need to ask for more? And if so, you know, it looks like your Aries may reciprocate. Taurus, Queen of Waters. So it looks like Taurus is all about you, patient, loving. Taurus gets you. It seems like your relationship is developing to a new level with the Taurus. All right. You know, there's a lot of love between the two of you. So it's about emotional growth. Gemini, 10 of Pentacles, a very happy family life with you and a Gemini. All right. You guys may be going through some learning curves, but it's just saying find the magic in the little things in life. All right. I agree with you. I agree with you. And that's why I could have a conversation in depth on the 5 of Pentacles and 6 of Pentacles. Most people are givers and then there's takers. But you have to understand that giving can also be, you know, setting yourself up for takers. And it's also a trained thought. When you were younger, if you had to give more to secure your safety or your security in a relationship, you're going to give so much more in a relationship up front in hopes that you secure the relationship, right? But then you're going to compare how much you give to another person, and another person might be healthily given, healthy, you know, given what they want to give, and it's healthy, totally. But to us, it's not healthy because we overgive and we expect that in return now. You know, so there's such a, you got to dive into that. You got to dive into that and figure out where you're leaning on that. Leo. All right, wait a minute. It's Cancer, sorry. You have the 8 of Swords. So it feels like they're afraid to take action right now. There's a lot of doubt between the two of you, a lot of insecurities going on between you and a Cancer. It's something that can be overcome, though. It's an illusion, right? Leo, Archangel Metatron, you have the Fool energy. Take a leap of faith. Follow your dream. You know, you have unexpected opportunities coming in with a Leo. Virgo, Strength card, Archangel Ariel. Release harsh judgments with each other. You and your Virgo. It's going to take forgiveness and compassion, and you guys could really upgrade this relationship. Libra, the Emperor, Archangel Michael. All right, so it looks like taking action. You know, and it's with your Libra, it's thinking logically too, right? With the Emperor card, right? You really got to kind of take a look at things from a non-emotional place. You know, making a decision, right? Because it looks like you guys are, you know, built to last. Scorpio, a renewal. You have Judgment, Archangel Jeremiah. Time to review and evaluate. Review what no longer works and evaluate what works. Look how far we've come, all right? It's time to move in a new direction based off of the facts now, not yesterday. What's your truth today? And, you know, again, I could get in a long conversation about that. You know, you'd be talking to somebody, a relationship, but you keep talking about what happened in the past. You're making, you know, decisions right now on where we're going. We're repeating the past without even realizing it. So it's really making a conscious decision to move forward with your Scorpio, and just do things totally different with what works and stop doing what doesn't work. Sagittarius, Seven of Cups. You got to make a decision. It seems like they are always kind of keeping you up in the air, or they're always procrastinating. So you have to make the decision. If your Sagittarius is keeping you up in the limbo, I mean, that's just it. You got to make the choice. Nobody keeps Scorpio as an option, right? Capricorn, very loyal and dedicated to you. Knight of Earth, Knight of Pentacles. So it's time to, you know, see things differently and honor the relationship for what it is. Seems like you're being very protective here with a Capricorn, but they may do things differently. And this goes back to the relationship. Maybe you feel like you're not getting what you need, but your Capricorn feels like they're giving you what they can, right? So maybe it's just time to slow down when it comes to a Capricorn, because it looks like things are moving. Aquarius, Knight of Cups, falling in love with you, right? You make an invitation from an Aquarius, you know, regarding the relationship, even a marriage proposal. Pisces, Queen of Air. You got to look at things from an objective standpoint, not emotional. Again, this is the reason why you hear this so much all the time, every time, and with everybody, is clearing away all that no longer serves you, because everything that we think is important to us is causing us problems. Our story is causing us problems. Our truths are causing us some issues. Now, our truths protect us in ways, right? So I know some of you are going to argue with me on different points. I'm not trying to debate. But even Wayne Dyer is like, as soon as you let go of that story that you want to write a book about, you're going to see your life change. You know, we all define ourselves, and we usually are defining ourselves by all the worst things that ever happened to us, never by the good things. Did you ever notice that? So with a Pisces, it feels like, and I'm seeing, it says, see the humor in the situation. So try to see the fun, try to see the lighter side of things with a Pisces. Did I do a time frame for you guys? Let me do a time frame. All right. It's better to give this more time to come in. All right. So just kind of slowing down and chilling. All right. Let's see. I can't. What got with me there? I feel like just talking about everything. 2:48. I am gonna have to change the time on the other one. Um. All right. I had to change the time. Let's go. Why am I the only one of the only tarot readers that cannot do a quick tarot reading? Why do I have to go on for hours and hours and hours? All right. All right, let's see. Take care, VR. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Angel. Richard, good vibes. Yes, we got good vibes. For Sag. Sag got it. You guys, your reading yesterday kind of threw me. It was wild that yours came out so specifically. Let's see what comes out today for you. Looking at your challenge first. A lot of passion and desire. New love, reconciliation. All right, so the challenge for you, do I wait for new love to come in or do I reconcile with somebody? All right. Do I want new love? I need to reconcile with the past. Bottom, that's one of the biggest things here. You know, can I let love in? Am I able to reconcile? You know, I always think there's the doorway. You're calling somebody back into your life. You have them, and what do? We immediately go back into the same scenario that caused the last scenario to end. You know, we just can't be in the present moment. Something pulls us in our energy that pulls us to bring back the past. We need proof. We need validation. We need to talk. We got what we want, the reconciliation, but we're not satisfied. And so then a person who shows up at the door who is saying they're sorry or is saying I miss you ends up leaving again because they end up not believing that you truly forgive them. And there's some people may say, well, they need to prove themselves. Well, that's where the other argument on the other side says, what's the sentence and how long is it? And how long do I have to prove myself? So this is where, you know, true forgiveness, if you're asking for reconciliation, but you're wondering why it only partially comes in, it's because you're only partially being honest with forgiveness, whether you really truly forgive somebody. Now, the other side of that, maybe theory, I don't know, is that if you're trying to connect with new love, but you're immediately treating them energetically as if they're going to do the same thing that the past person did, you're not even letting them in halfway in. You know, they're meeting your trauma. They're meeting your fear, which on one hand, if you're meeting somebody who really loves you, really cares about you, and they see your trauma right out the gate, depending on where you are in your life, most people, you know, we help each other grow, you know, so they're not going to run from you. But if your trauma is so strong that you can't trust somebody and you can't let somebody in, but yet you're calling them, wanting them to come in, but yet at the same time, you're pushing them away, you know what that feels like, right? You know, it's like, I want you, but I'm punching you at the same time. And it's going to confuse new love. And so there could be somebody really interested in you, and yet they don't know what the hell to do with you. right? So let's see your energy and your person's energy. Now, for some of you who are not looking to reconcile, because there is a reconciliation energy, it is talking about reconciling something from your past that could be blocking you from this relationship you're trying to connect with. So keep that in mind with the reconciliations. And we have new love trying to come in. I just cut 4 times for you, Sag, for some reason. All right. 5 of Wands at the bottom of the deck. So we are seeing inner tension. I have the Sun and I have Neptune, all very Piscean energy. So seeing through the illusions, right? You know, and dissolving any illusions, dissolving any fears, dissolving any wishful thinkings, trying to make somebody something they're not. All right, that too. I have Taurus, Aries, I have Leo and Gemini energy and Pisces energy. And the number 1 and 5. All right. So 1, you have new beginning, and 5, you have conflict. So either way you look at this, Sagittarius, you're facing some sort of challenge or conflict here when it comes to, you know, are you going to let somebody in or not, right? Or, and you're the one that's fully in charge here. So your energy, the 3 of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Queen of Wands. All right. So the way you represent yourself on the outside is definitely not what's going on the inside, okay? I can see that. It's not like everybody's walking up to you, Sag, going, oh my God, I can see that you're in so much pain and you don't, it's an energetic vibe. It's something that keeps coming around for you, something that keeps happening. It's heartache, it's sorrow, it's disappointment, it's pain. You're so used to it. It's happened so many times, but it's a program that keeps running in the background. And yet, here you are, confidence. Make it till I, fake it till I make it, or I just am confident. So sometimes the most confident people on the outside, you might even have a program going on that you don't even realize. It's a subconscious program that you're not aware of, that you're pushing people away. As soon as people try to get close to you, you're like, nah. And then you start going, what the fuck's wrong? Sorry about my language. But why is this person, they're mimicking, they're mirroring back to you what you're giving off to them on an energetic level. For some of you, so you're looking cool and calm, but there's some sort of history here or something that keeps coming back around here that says, I'm going to get hurt. I'm going to get hurt as soon as I let somebody in. Right? And it's also affecting, it comes out one way or another. So you can't mask it as much as you think you can. It will come out some way or another. But let's see your person. I have Page of Cups. You got somebody trying to love on you. Got like a page energy coming through a lot. 7 of Cups, but they're confused. They don't know what to believe or not. And I have the 6 of Cups. Look at the past. Look at the reconcile it and new love energy again with the 6 of Cups. That's the 6 of Cups energy. So somebody feeling you, whether it's a past person or a new person, it does not matter. What the problem here is something you're dealing with on the inside. You're repeating a pattern. You're so afraid to get hurt that you'd rather hurt somebody else before you get hurt, or you're pushing somebody away to challenge them. Or you need somebody to show up constantly for you. Make up, break up, so you feel like they love you. That's a pattern that you've, you need validation so you feel safe because you've been hurt so many times. But that validation that you need definitely could make somebody feel uncertain about the connection. and constantly questioning where this relationship is going to go. And yet, to me, it feels like this person has thought about all the past possibilities to be with you, but every single time it seems like, you know, something happens. Something happens that leads to some sort of separation or disappointment, or you're constantly disappointed with this person. So here's the thing. Your person here is going to keep coming back around, or a person that has the similar qualities of this person, until you decide, until you choose what you really want. Because it sort of seems like you're just kind of like leaving things up in the air to, you know, figure itself out. But the problem is you not processing some old pain you have. Your person loving on you. Your person has a crush on you. Your person sees the potential in this. You've got your person's heart activated, but you're hiding a lot of pain there somewhere deep down. And the Sages, though, I don't know. The Sages I know are like, yeah, let's go out. Let's forget about that one. You know, try and, you know, let it dissolve on itself. But not, it doesn't seems like it's affecting your relationship a lot. Right. So what does spirit think you should do? And I get the 9 of Pentacles, you know, and it's like freeing yourself from this constriction that you have, taking a chance, you know, invest in yourself, maybe even investing in figuring out what that is. All right. Because your fear of separation and separation anxiety, your fear of loss is dominating your relationships. And it's creating the cycle. So your person's intentions towards you, I see the Emperor card. It looks like somebody here still wants to step up and make it happen, but you know, we've got to like figure out the terms of this connection and, you know, see where it goes. You have an Aries energy here. Let me roll the, did I roll the dice for you? I got 2 and 11. So 11 can be very spiritual, very twin flamey type of energy. 2s is all about a union and, you know, being able to create intimacy with conversation, being able to talk. All right. So I know, Sag, I don't usually like to, you know, I don't know, dive that way for you because some of you, I just feel like, you know, but I guess Spirit wants you to see that. It's inner conflict. 5 of Wands. It is what it is. You have the Pluto and the Sun. So I'm feeling like very powerful soul change, very powerful change for spiritual change for you. You have Scorpio, Cancer, Aquarius, and Gemini showing up for you. Let's see Aries through Pisces. All right, if you're connected to an Aries, what else does Spirit want you to know about your person? All right, 3 of Cups, a celebration coming in, the need to have more fun. So maybe lightening up with an Aries, you guys just need to kind of have more fun and see where things go. All right, but there is potential for you guys to find some sort of happiness. Taurus, don't give up on a Taurus. You guys have created something. It's been hard, but it's asking you to believe in yourself, right? Gemini, 6 of Swords. Things are looking better. Things are moving. The end of a difficult situation is coming in. You and a Gemini may end up going somewhere together, figuring things out. Cancer, 5 of Cups. Things are not turning out the way you hoped with a Cancer, but you're focusing a lot on the negative here. and crying over something that happened in the past, which isn't changing. Again, we want to reconcile. We're still focusing on the past with the Cancer. Leo, 4 of Wands, all right? So making peace, a happy home life, and successful completion to whatever it is you're going through with a Leo. All right, looks like you guys could end up in a commitment together. Virgo, King of Water, very trustworthy energy. Virgo finds you very trustworthy. Virgo is falling in love with you. It says open your heart and mind to your Virgo, all right? And finding trustworthy and heartfelt advice. So sometimes this can be counseling, you know. Libra, 10 of Wands. Things are going to get easier. Maybe things have been too hard with you and a Libra. It's about taking back some of your fire, taking back. You can't do it all. You've been causing a lot. There's been a lot of stress going on between you and a Libra, but it looks like that's about to change. Scorpio, also some struggles and difficulties when it comes to feeling rejected or feeling unseen. They could be dealing with other issues and don't know how to ask for help or ask you for help. And it may seem like they're rejecting you, but I think it's more about them, not you, so not taking it personal. But then that 3 of Swords, if they're pulling their energy away from you, it could make you feel separation anxiety and like you did something wrong. And it's you taking it personal, and then they're feeling responsible for how they're making you feel. Scorpio, Sag, Ace of Fire, a new opportunity coming your way. This could change your life now. So you have conversation coming in with a Sagittarius. Capricorn, all right, hanging out on the sidelines here, Archangel Haniel. So listen to your intuition first and have patience, but listen to what your Capricorn has to say. You know, make sure you're listening to exactly what they're saying before you react. Aquarius, the moon, same thing. Don't make any important decisions right now. The moon card is showing up, Archangel Haniel as well, with for both the moon and the high priestess, right? Very psychic energy, but there's a lot going on with you and Scorpio, Sag, Cap, Aquarius, and you might be reading into things too much. Let things unfold a little bit more before you make a decision. Pisces, passion coming your way. There could be a new event coming in that changes everything between you and your Pisces. I know there's a lot more. I mean, I've been on forever. I kind of like only going on once a week because this happens, but then I go on and on and on and on. But yes, we had a great crowd today. I'm glad you guys were all here. And we have Capricorn. Hello, Debbie. 306. All right. So Capricorn. Let me get some water for you. All right. Capricorn, 2 things. Tomorrow I'm going to be doing Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces all together live. So I can catch up on the week because I got behind last week. I was too fatigued. So tomorrow I will be live for Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces all together, right? So they'll be longer and more intentional, all right? And let's see. The other thing is I'm looking at the challenge you're dealing with first. And then I'm going to look at who's in your energy, who's coming towards you. But I look at you first, and then Aries through Pisces, and then I'll roll the dice. All right. So I'm getting attachment and seeking validation at the bottom here. But blocks and obstacles. And that could be your biggest block and obstacle right there. Constantly seeking validation on the outside about a situation when the answers are on the inside, right? So you're needing somebody to constantly prove to you how they feel through their actions. And, you know, and sometimes we can chase that, not the person. So chasing validation because we're not feeling secure in a relationship. So everything somebody does becomes meaningful. Somebody can cross their legs the wrong way and it means something. Because we're not feeling secure in a relationship. We're not feeling validated enough. Our emotions, our person's not giving us enough. And so you train yourself to look for ways that you can find proof in the pudding, you know? Oh, but they doing this, or wait a minute, did they like this? Did they do this? Or are they here? And that's a wound speaking. That's a wound speaking. Now, the good news about that, though, is that one, while you're seeking validation in these ways, you may be thinking your person doesn't care about you and you're looking for proof, and you're going to find the proof you're looking for. But on the flip side of that, your person could be so secure in themselves that they don't need validation, that they don't even realize you're looking for validation, and they cared about you the whole time. But you worried about everything, every single little thing they do, that you're creating a lot of this suffering. And your person, and that's can be an anxious attachment too. You know, I'm not a psychologist, so I'm just throwing some of these things out because I'm aware of them in myself. Now, you know, that's the block and obstacle, though, that you might be looking into too many different things. Your problem, your challenge could be you're needing this person to validate you so much that it could start to drive a healthy person crazy. All right. Now, that doesn't mean this person doesn't love you, and it doesn't mean this person doesn't care about you. But even through, you know, it's like we can have all these unhealthy trauma responses to things, but knowing that we have them and not doing anything about them is two different things. Because if they're causing blocks and obstacles with you, and it's not the other person, it's your way of thinking, you know, you're thinking your person isn't into you when they are. So being aware of this habit that you're doing is going to help you see your person differently. So being too attached to what somebody else is doing or how much they respond to you and what they're doing is a sign that, you know, you may have too much energy focused in the wrong areas, which means you're going to create the outcome that you least desire. Let's see you and your person, though, okay? Let's see what they see the block is. Thank you, and I hope you guys, these are landing for you correctly. Obviously, I read tarot in a, you know, psychological way, manifesting way, and I know that it can be a very triggering way because it's very self-reflective type of way. And I'm not a counselor; it's just self-reflective. If it feels like it's you and it's something to look into, it could help you find movement in your relationship that you're trying to find movement in. So I'm not trying to call anybody out. All right, I have the star card here at the bottom of the deck. So if anything, things are looking good. All right, let's see you. 10 of Wands, very heavy energy, carrying a lot of weight that you caused. All right. And here's the other thing when people get triggered, right? All I can do is read a card, read what it is, right? So if it's not you, it's not you. But if I say it, it's because it's here. 10 of Wands can be work that we put on ourselves. All right. Work that we do. We make things harder for ourselves, right? We focus on things too much. Micromanage. We have Ace of Cups. You know why, though? is because you're not emotionally secure in the relationship. You want emotional security. You know, you don't want to invest in somebody before, you don't want to get hurt again. You just don't. You'd rather do all this heavy work than get hurt again. But, you know, it's like, what do? You know, you still got to love yourself. I'm seeing the Nine of Pentacles tells me to let it all go. Yeah. All right. You're carrying a lot of extra weight that you don't need. You're doing a lot more for love than you need to do. I just lost my voice. You're doing a lot more than you need to do. You're doing too much for love. The obstacle may not be your person. It may be that you're choosing people that are safer, but ones that you feel like you know, you already know that there's a possibility of getting hurt, maybe because you've been down this path before. So it's easier for you to deal with somebody who might not reciprocate, but at the same time, it's still causing you a lot of grief, causing you a lot of pain. It's hard for you to open up your heart to somebody. Let's see your person. Two of Wands. Emperor card. The Magician. It seems like your person is, you know, trying to get their shit together, you know? They see you. This person sees a potential future with you. They want to build something. The Magician, they're attracted to you. You guys could make it work. They see the potential in the relationship, but they feel this block from you. They feel this block from you. So if you're constantly needing validation from this person, it eventually may make this person pull their energy back, because it gets overwhelming for somebody who feels like they constantly have to be responsible to make you feel better every moment of the day. Now, let me be clear with this, all right? If you're in a relationship, all right, if you're in a relationship and you've been in a long-term relationship and this is coming up for you and somebody has hurt you and they need to validate your feelings, that is normal. That is normal. And an emperor will do that. An emperor will validate your feelings and will say, all right, I know what I need to do, you know, because I love you, I care about you, we're doing this. But if you're just trying to get a relationship off the ground and you're constantly needing validation from that person that they're into you, that they like you, that they care about you, you know, that kind of kills the momentum. And that's not to shame or blame anybody or anything like that. But this person feels pressure, like, you know, I don't know what, I feel responsible for something that is weighing on you, that I don't even know about. But you might not even realize that at first, that could be what's causing it from moving forward. So it seems like you're picking up on a person here that is very serious about you, that does want to move forward here. But I feel like it's up to you whether or not you're ready to let love in. And if you can, but if you're not feeling emotionally secure in a relationship with somebody, this is where the obstacle becomes. And I'll look at Aries through Pisces. But if you're not feeling emotionally stable with somebody, you're constantly going to be needing validation and security. And that is going to drain you too as well. It's just going to feel like everything is always heavy. You're never feeling comfortable with somebody. And that's why your relationship is not moving forward with this person. It's just not stable for you. Right? But I do see somebody here, you have here options, and you have somebody here that really does want to build something with you. But we've got to figure out what the chemistry is, what works and what doesn't work. So what is working that I do with this person and what is not working? So if you're finding that your person is telling you, hey, everything's okay all the time, start to believe it. If you're finding that you're overly anxious, have to call somebody all the time, and they're saying, no, everything's fine, but you know it's irritating them, and every time you go to pick up that phone, you go, oh my God, I know I'm irritating them, and I can't help it. Look, I have anxious, look, I'm a walking anxious ball, all right? But I know that somebody else doesn't have that anxiety I have. If you know it and you know before you even dial that you shouldn't, then don't. Trust it and let your person prove to you that you can trust them, is all this is getting at. All right. What does Spirit think you should do? 5 of Pentacles. All right. So the 5 of Pentacles is the mindset shift. You know, you're focusing on every possible thing that can go wrong rather than everything that could go right in this relationship. So you may be carrying some insecurities into this relationship, and this person doesn't see you like that. But the way you look and the way you're acting is 2 different things. Your actions versus what you're saying. So this 5 of Pentacles can feel like you feel constantly rejected every time this person does not reply to you, does not show up for you. You know, you feel a constant rejection from this person. Now, for some of you, you have to be real with yourself. Maybe this person is rejecting you. Maybe they aren't making you feel safe. Then the hardest thing to do sometimes is Queen of Swords it. And then for some of you, this could be 5 of Pentacles. You know, you're just so nervous and you're so used to things not working out for you that it's hard for you. But if this person's an Emperor, they're going to work with you. They're going to make you feel more secure, you know, and it's trusting it. So let's see. Before I go into Aries through Pisces, let me roll the dice. I have I have 7 and 11. Very spiritual numbers, very spiritual connections. Those are your numbers for the week. 7 and 11. I love those numbers. All right. And I'm seeing Scorpio, Virgo, Aries, Cancer, Aquarius. And I'm seeing the Sun and Mercury, which are both in Pisces right now. Mercury's about to go retrograde. All right. We were talking about that earlier. And so it is seeing truth, seeing through the fog. When Mercury goes retrograde in Pisces, it's definitely going to be able to see, see the truth. Those things are going to become clear. You're going to have to review, take a look over the things that you are trying to ignore. A lot of those energies. Pisces is really strong for you. So if you want to know a time frame for a question on your mind, what does your intuition feel the time frame is? That is the answer. Let's see Aries through Pisces. All right, so what does Spirit want you to know about each zodiac sign, Aries through Pisces? Aries, 3 of Cups, all right? Happy times coming, a celebration, all right? You get each other. You get it. It does stay casual. And we're seeing here that, if it's in the 3 of Cups energy, it's enjoying the joyful moments that you have. And, whenever you're together, be in the moment. All right. Don't worry about tomorrow when you're together. That's something I've been practicing every night. Again, I've done this before, but like last night, this whole week, I don't care about tomorrow. I want to be here now. Right? Who knows if tomorrow is going to show up, right? So be here today. Taurus, awakening, Archangel Gabriel. You look at things from different perspectives. You have the Hanged Man. All right. So it does seem like there is kind of stopped right now, pause with you and the Taurus. It's important to be yourself, right? That's with everything I just said, I'm sure you guys are gonna be like, well, I'm anxious, right? That's me. It's not you. It's your trauma defining you. It's okay to be yourself. It's important to be yourself, right? But our fears, we think our fears, you know, define us too, you know? So during this perspective shift, it's saying things might be slow between you and a Taurus, but it doesn't mean it's over. All right, so stay true to yourself and don't react. That's the other thing. You know, when somebody goes quiet on you, you tend to act out of alignment. And then you say, I don't even know why I acted like that. That's not me. That was your fear that responded to somebody. And then later on sat back and said, why did I do that? Gemini, 9 of Cups. Your wish being fulfilled with a Gemini, all right? The love of your life, a new love life. Cancer, Fool card, taking a leap of faith, unexpected opportunity coming your way with a Cancer. Leo, 10 of Wands, too much work. Leo, it's saying it's been too much work. It takes too much. It's so stress related. It's affecting your health. So you may want to take a step back because it seems like something's majorly out of balance here. You know, you're giving too much. That 10 of Wands, that 10 of Fire. Virgo, 7 of Fire. Defend your beliefs and your decisions, right? And you're seeing stand your ground and choose your battles wisely. You know, so there are some things, you know, anxiousness is there for a reason. We just are over anxious. There's a reason why we have that feeling. 7 of Fire, though, you got to step up for yourself and tell them what you need, what you want. Speak your truth. Libra, you have the Devil card. A lot of ego battles here. Right? You guys are really stuck on each other. There's a strong attachment, but there's also a lot of fear-based. You do things out of fear of losing them. Some of these things could really, we're in eclipse season. And remember, guys, not to make excuses for but I was born on an eclipse. So anytime we're in the eclipse, it seems like I'm just diving into some of our, you know, deeper shit and not trying to trigger. So don't take it if it's not yours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm seeing Scorpio. Sadness. You need time to heal. Maybe the separation's too soon with you and a Scorpio. All right. Doesn't mean it's over, but we need to process our feelings and heal. We can't fix something when it's broken, right? It just broke, you know. We got to let things, give it time to heal. Sagittarius, Page of Swords. So I'm seeing an honest conversation coming in. You know, sometimes it's hard to hear what you have to hear. But it's truth. You're getting truth delivered, right? With a Sagittarius. And its potential to help you guys grow. So your Sagittarius may have something to say that you don't want to hear, but in order to hear it, that's how you know you're going to be able to fix your connection. Capricorn, King of Water. All right. Time for some compassionate, loving energy for yourself, right? And open up your heart and mind to those around you. It's also opening up, you're allowing yourself to be vulnerable with somebody else and intimate with somebody else. All right. So it looks like you and another Capricorn could be deepening your connection. You have a lot of respect for each other. Aquarius, 4 of Wands. All right. Feeling pretty content with an Aquarius. You know, you guys may be building something solid at home or commitment together. Pisces, you know, Queen of Pentacles, making time for you this week, making time to make things happen, taking practical steps to make it work, not trying to, take on too much at once. I hate hearing the truth, but I love hearing the truth at the same time. You know, sometimes I don't want to hear what somebody else thinks or believes. And the hardest thing is understanding that everybody has the right to think or believe what they want. And if they perceive you in a certain way, that's not that you did something wrong. It could be their own perceptions and their own stories that they perceive you in a certain way. But if you deny them that perception, you're not giving them a chance to see you for who you really are. Once you understand why they see you a certain way, then you can say, maybe we can talk about this because that's not who I think I am, but we need to figure this out. You might, but you got to start with understanding that you have to listen to how somebody else sees you. And that's it. And if you know that they're constantly just projecting onto you, then you got to make a choice whether or not you want somebody like that around you. Things that make you go, because I spent a lot of time going, oh my God, they think this, being a people pleaser, right? And so then you're always changing for another person. Oh my God, I got to do this differently to make them happy. No, you don't. But when you can see what they need or what they're thinking, you can understand whether it is you're truly doing something wrong or you're not, and then hold somebody else accountable for their actions or their beliefs. I know, let's hear that. All right, Aquarius. Wait a minute, it's not. I gotta change this. We are out. I haven't done Aquarius. I haven't done hide. Hold on a sec. I have to put happy birthday on Pisces. All right, Aquarius 3:30. Wow. All right. Holy crap. Aquarius. Yeah, that's crazy, huh? 5:15. I have to. My God. But I can't rush this. I'm sorry, guys. It's going on long, but guess I'm gonna be eating dinner with you guys. All right. Let's see. Aquarius. What's your challenge? And then we'll look at you and your person and Aries through Pisces, and I'll roll the die, do it all. Divine timing. Ooh, new love, reconciliation coming in, right? Happily ever after underneath that. You wanted a good one, you asked for it, right? And I'm seeing, trust the process. You're coming into an alignment with what it is you want, all right? So we're looking at two different things here, new love and reconciliation. And that means in order to have new love in your life is you have to reconcile with the past. So if you're still dabbling in old school or like old cycle, last year, and still playing around with people that don't show up for you, you're blocking new love from potentially coming in. Your attention's getting focused or taken away on somebody that doesn't deserve it any longer. And is Sag the one that got this? Yeah. So it could be Sagittarius you're connecting with. But also reconciliation is showing just ultimate forgiveness in everything you think you've ever done wrong in a relationship. Who gives a shit? Ultimate forgiveness. We all walk around and have done such things that we carry so much shame, and we just are, and it's just like, we just got to forgive ourselves for all the stupidity, the things that we did when we were in love or when we were mad or angry. But we also have to forgive other people. If you're trying to reconcile with somebody, you have to honestly be able to reconcile with them. So when you're asking for reconciliation, You got to be what you want. So if you're not reconciled with your person, and whatever happened that broke you up is not reconciled, then the situation is not going to reconcile. Easily anyways, right? So you could have new love coming in too. So I have the moon, and I have Uranus, and I have Venus. So you're another one too. We have a lot of Taurus energy that just came through for you, Aquarius. And, you know, it's very unpredictable. You know, you may be wanting things to feel very comfortable, feel very grounded, and, you know, you want relationships to feel good. And then it just seems like a lot of unpredictability when it comes to relationships. And that could be throwing you off right now. You want to feel comfortable. You want to feel stable. And if you don't feel emotionally secure, that's coming through, that it's really going to affect your relationships. Now I have Virgo, Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius, and I have 9 and 10 showing up for you. So you're seeing here closure of a cycle, so wrapping things up. So it feels like it's time to wrap something up is what Spirit is saying to you. It's time to wrap it up. You can take that however you want. Wrap that thing up. The thing is that I want to feel loved. What does love feel like to you? When you can feel it inside, that's how the outside's going to reciprocate it or mirror it back. All right, Queen of Pentacles, bottom of the deck. Look at you, the Ace of Pentacles, off to a great start. 7 of Swords. And the Queen of Wands. So some of you walk a good game, very, very proud, very confident, very attractive. I see new love, new commitment, new chance, you know, promise for a new start, however you want to look at this. But your biggest thing is false, lies, red flags, you know, deceiving yourself, trying to talk yourself out of your own truth. That one's a hard one. You know, maybe somebody deceived you and you're having a hard time forgiving somebody for deceiving you, lying to you, right? And that's your challenge, though. And it could be blocking you, this trust that you don't have in other people. And also, you know, I just see this storytelling about every time something is off or something goes wrong, you will redefine it. Find another way to talk yourself out of it being wrong. You may be letting your feelings, you think your feelings are overriding your thoughts. You know, your feelings are more important than your logic. So this can be where, you know, it's not that this relationship, or I'm going to look at your person coming in. It's just, but you got to take a look at the facts, what's going on. And if somebody has deceived you in the past, it could be stopping you from trusting somebody coming in the future. I have your person, the Hermit card. So I do see somebody at a distance from you, the Moon card. And the 7 of Cups. You're constantly in this state of uncertainty. No wonder why emotional stability is coming in for you. But you're making excuses for somebody. Somebody here, it's questionable what they really want. You've got somebody, the Hermit card, the Moon card, you know, their fears constantly stop them from making a choice. You know, so this person does give off a lot of red flags. It doesn't mean this person's bad. There's no bad. It just means the reason why you don't trust this person or feel emotionally stable with this person is because they don't know what the hell they want. And they keep letting their anxiety and fear themselves about the future. They don't want to make a choice. They don't know what to do. They don't want to make the wrong choice. This could be somebody that has been on their own for a long time. This could be somebody that wants to be on their own or likes to be on their own and, you know, is just uncertain about, you know, they have a lot of past experiences. This is where we don't know what somebody else has gone through. But somehow we always think somebody should be stronger than we are. You know, if we can look at our people as having their own problems and issues all the time, it doesn't mean that we make excuses for them, but we can see them differently and not take it personally when they're doing something. But it looks like your person is a bag of red flags because they're constantly somewhat showing up, showing their feelings, maybe energetically, maybe even dreaming, maybe even you guys do connect, or you're in a somewhat of a relationship, but you're showing up. Aquarius over here showing up. Nothing holding you back. You're showing up even though you are feeling like you're going against your own truths. You're showing up even though you feel deceived or you're deceiving yourself, you know, or you're trying to make things seem better than they are. And all I can see here is that, you know, it's like I'm validating here your feelings of why you might be feeling unsafe in a relationship because somebody here is not making you feel safe in a relationship. And they're very wishy-washy. But if we can learn what somebody else's true fears are, instead of talking about it or trying to change them, we could actually, this is a healthy way of manipulating energy, the magician. You know, they teach this in, you know, military training. If you know exactly what somebody else needs or is feeling and you don't need to say anything, you can actually work with that energy and make somebody feel comfortable and you can guide them into making a choice. But if they're, you know, constantly being called out or, you know, I don't know, just triggered, and then you get triggered in distrust, that's going to create separation. But I don't know, do you wanna play this, you know, this is all about strategy. It definitely is, whether or not you're able to see this from a different light and strategize how you would approach this situation a little bit differently. But it may be ultimate forgiveness. But if you're also dealing with somebody who is constantly leaving you feeling like you're an option, you know, this is also too being real with yourself and seeing the red flags when they first come in and knowing that this isn't what you want. So you need to choose a more fulfilling path. You know, because this person here is definitely showing up with a bunch of red flags. It's not like they're hiding them. They're being seen. You can see them. The full moon constantly highlighting them. What should you do? I see the Eight of Wands. You know, this is all about pursuit of happiness. It's about the pursuit of happiness. You know, you've got to make a decision on what direction you want to go in, and you stop at nothing, and your person here can either follow your lead or you know, I hate to say this, but it looks like you could have new love coming in too. But if somebody is keeping you guessing constantly, you know, Fuck that is what that says right here. Pushing through at nothing to get to where you want to go. And if somebody doesn't want to lose you, they'll make a choice to follow you. It could be just their fears that are holding them back. It doesn't mean that, you know, they're going to disappear. But if they literally are not being honest about what they want and they're keeping you as an option, when you decide to realize it's not you, it's them, you're headed in the right direction. You're going to lose them and find somebody new. So let's see, time frame. If you have a question, a strong Pisces energy coming through here with that too. You have Cancer energy, Aries, Leo, Sag energy, Virgo energy, and the time in 6 months. So I always like to look at this as 1 to 6, from now to 6 months, because I don't believe in time. I do believe things have to naturally unfold. But I also believe that if we set a time frame, sometimes we can wait for something to happen that could have happened yesterday. So from now to 6 months, things could start to really change or unfold for you. If you're connected to an Aries through Pisces, knowing how a person feels without saying a word is one of the most powerful tools you can have. And then you can tell right away what they need from you when you observe them. And then you can work with the energy and you guys can find yourself in a different outcome than you would have prior. Aries, 3 of fire. Things are looking very good for you and an Aries. It looks like you guys could be making long-term plans. And Taurus, 4 swords, a little more time before making a decision. Don't jump to conclusions. Gemini, the death card, release, Archangel Azrael coming through for you with a Gemini. The end of a phase or a situation. It doesn't have to be this situation. It just means something has to end, right? Time to move on from it. Cancer, dependable, very successful. You can rely on a Cancer. Good news coming in from your Cancer. Leo, 4 of Wands, right? So finding peace, success, a happy ending with your Leo. Virgo, all right? So generous energy coming in from a Virgo, all right? Receiving an offer or more effort from your Virgo. Libra, 7 of Pentacles, 7 of Earth. Seeds are planted, and so you may be feeling like there's a slight pause, but you're worrying for no reason. It looks like you guys still have potential. You're moving forward. Scorpio, Queen of Swords. All right, it's about taking the emotion out of it and looking at it from a from logic standpoint. What are the facts? Just look at the facts. Start there. All right, looks like an honest conversation coming in. You know, Scorpio wants to keep it real. They don't want to get all, I'm talking from a Scorpio, intense, is important, but intense with a resolution. But if it's just intense and chaotic, that can get in the way of communication with you and a Scorpio. So conversation, Sagittarius, 6 of Swords, getting out of a difficult situation. What is Sagittarius? You guys moving forward. Capricorn, I see Archangel Raguel. So justice coming in. Fear decision, both you guys feeling like, things are right. But obviously, justice can also be, you need to make sure it's fair for you. But justice coming in. Aquarius, 2 of Swords. They just can't make a decision right now. And Aquarius, you're at a stalemate, pretending there is no problem. So however you want to look at that. But I'm feeling like you can't ignore the problem any longer. If you want to see movement. Pisces, 5 of Pentacles. All right. Focuses on things not working out constantly. You just, even no matter how much distance is between you and another person, the focus is always on the lack of something and things not working out. So it seems like rejection or distance, or maybe even moving on because you're not getting what you need from a Pisces. All right. Remember, Aquarius, I'll be live tomorrow with Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces all in one live stream. So you'll have your whole weekly reading all in one little. So I'll go a little bit longer tomorrow for you guys too. Bye, April. Hello, Easy, baby. Hello. And Debbie, hello. Thank you all for hanging out today. Today was a great day. And now we got the birthday babies. Hope it gets better. Thank you, Christina. Love you guys. Make sure to comment on the video or hype as you're leaving or when it's done. It helps the video. Happy birthday, Paula. All right. So Pisces, I'll be doing your reading live tomorrow again too for the week. So we'll be able to dive in a lot more. Too many cards. All right. Dive in a lot more tomorrow so I can catch up with the weekly readings. I was very fatigued last week and couldn't get everyone out. All right. So we're starting with your challenge, or just it's about to pay off. You maybe feel like it's not. All right. You feel like you just don't know if a choice you made or a decision you're making, or you've been invested in something and you just don't know if you're going to get a return of investment. And so many questions, so many questions. Where do I stand? Right? You're about to find out. It's about to pay off. So let's roll the dice. Let's get some cards out. And let's jump into this. So you have Uranus and Pluto showing up. That is talking about breaking out of something that's been stagnant. You have Gemini, Cancer, Aquarius, and Scorpio energy. And I am seeing the number 12, which comes down to 3, which talks about connectedness, growth. All right. It may feel like you're still in a waiting period, but things are coming together, right? So it's about to pay off for you. Queen of Cups, Pisces. Look at you right out the gate. Ah, thank you. Okay. Queen of Swords, though, is your challenge. And I have the 2 of Voices. All right. It's like you're kind of stuck here. You really you think you have to make a decision. You don't know maybe if you made the right decision. All right. You got to trust your intuition here. You're showing up right out the gate here. You have, you did something because it felt right. You said something because it felt right. But now you may be second guessing yourself because maybe you're not seeing the results that you thought you would see by now. And now you're pulling your hair out. Maybe you're trying to rethink. Should I do something differently? Should I no. I'm feeling like Spirit saying, you did what you're supposed to do. You did everything right. Don't do anything. Leave it. It's still working for you in the background. Right? So it just feels like you may be second guessing yourself about a situation, whether or not you should give up or not, or, you know, if you should change your course of action. And I'm getting no. So your person's energy, Page of Swords, Page of Voices. Somebody wanted to talk to you. Look at this. Maybe about long-term goals, about money, about relationship. And I see the Lovers card. All right. So something is coming towards you that is going to bring you closer with this person of interest. Somebody very much interested in you. Somebody really wants to talk to you. You've got an air sign here, Aquarius, Libra, Gemini. You got the Queen of Swords here too, and Queen of Cups. So it could be a water. Their challenge, though, is responsibilities right now. Their challenge is work, is family, is getting everything together. Is a lot going on. A lot going on. You know, your person may be trying to figure out what the path looks like with the two of you. Can you guys be together? Can you get together? Does this look good? Can you be successful together? There's no question that this person doesn't or isn't in love with you or hasn't fallen for you. There's feelings there. The Lovers card is there. You know, love is in the air, but is this doable long term? Is the question that your person might be asking. Is this something that we can build together? Is this something, can I see you in the future? And, you know, maybe some of you have been investing in a relationship and you're just wondering if, you know, this person is going to commit, or is things going to get better? Are they going to look good? The Ten of Cups says it's going to look better than you think. It's going to get better for you. What does Spirit think you should do? You know, the Seven of Wands. I'm going to pull one more. The Magician card. All right. This is going to work in your favor is what I'm getting. But I feel like you're second guessing yourself because you may have spoke your truth or defended yourself. And now you're doubting yourself. So let me clarify what's coming through. Some of you may have felt the need to finally express how you really feel towards somebody, and you may feel like it backfired. Like, I'm not seeing any change. What happened to my person? Why aren't they texting me? Why aren't they calling me? What's going on? Maybe I should take back what I said. Maybe I should rethink about how I said something. Maybe I, right? So that's what I'm hearing in this reading is a lot of doubt, a lot of second guessing. And what I'm seeing here is it's working for you. If you expressed your needs and you defended your stance in the right way, in the very ethical, whatever, you did everything you thought you could do way, it's telling me your person sees you and they have respect for you for doing that. And they're starting to see you for what you're saying, for what you're doing. Maybe before they weren't getting it. Maybe you're finally creating some sort of boundaries. Maybe Spirit's telling you right now that don't be afraid to speak your truth and create boundaries. If you're afraid to lose your person, then that person wasn't meant to be yours anyways. But in this reading, it tells me by you speaking your truth and speaking your boundaries, it's going to pay off for you big time. It looks like somebody's going to value you for valuing yourself. All right. You always got to stand by your truth, right? But what I have learned is still to be the stronger player, you want to understand their truth. So if you can understand the way they're seeing things more than how you're feeling at the moment, like not dismissing your feelings, right? But when you can understand the opponent, that's how you're going to win. That's judo. That's you. That's martial arts, right? So breakups hurt. And standing your ground hurts. But once you do that and you have boundaries, you really can turn the tables here. on the situation, because I feel like you've got somebody really thinking and considering and really realizing how much they really love you. Okay? So let me pull a time frame for some of you that need a time frame for a question that's on your mind. Ooh, this card just fell out first. All right, so close your eyes, feel what you want, and approximately from now to 3 months. All right. So let's see Aries through Pisces. Wait a minute, did I? Yeah, I showed you person. For a minute there, I was like, where? Gemini was showing up for your person. Gemini is really strong. Virgo is really strong. And then Libra and Aquarius. All right, so what does Pisces need to know about Aries through Pisces? Yes, thank you guys. And look, Pisces, I have your candle here, by the way, too, and I have my fingers painted for you. Pisces season, just to get a little bonus love from my Pisces. All right, Pisces, if you're connected to an Aries, right, I'm seeing Archangel Zadkiel, a balance is needed. All right, so something's out of balance between you and an Aries where maybe you're overgiven and you're compromising too much. All right, so it tells me here also wait for the right time. So maybe if you're waiting, you got to wait for them. If it's their turn, let them show up. All right, but this also tells me that with patience, you guys can actually work this out together. Taurus, Knight of Cups. So Taurus falling in love with you. Taurus is in love with you. All right. You may get an invitation this week. They may need to open up and tell you how they feel. Maybe they haven't told you how they feel. And you may find out this week, you know. Gemini, Page of Water 2, right? Very loving, very intuitive energy. So for some of you, there could be a new Gemini. Gemini is coming in strong for you. So Pisces, there's a Gemini in your energy. Could be new love. So this is the new phase in a love situation too, okay? So for some of you, even with a Gemini, you're starting a new phase. Cancer, Archangel Haniel, listen to your intuition and have patience. Make sure you know what you want specifically before you act, before talking to a Cancer. All right. Be clear on your intentions and be clear on what you need from them so that they don't act like that you weren't clear. Leo, 7 of Water, 7 of Cups. Leo kind of keeping you, up in the air. You're constantly feeling like an option, right? You need to figure out what your next choice is going to be here. It's telling you to make a decision when it comes to a Leo. Are they really truly fulfilling you? Virgo, 2 of Wands. You've come, all right, you're starting to move further. A new partnership or contract is forming, and you're continuing to move forward. So things look good with you and a Virgo, like they're going to continue to move forward. Next phase. Libra, the Emperor, Archangel Michael. Looking at things logically and getting your ducks in a row. Is everything right? Do you have all your ducks in a row? Does Libra have all their ducks in a row? It seems like we need structure and foundation first before anything actually gets off the ground. But there is a promise here or potential future, if we have everything in order. Scorpio, take a leap of faith with your Scorpio. Looks like they'll take a leap of faith. Unexpected opportunities coming your way. Sagittarius is focus, focus, focus. All right. So it looks like they see a vision, a future with you, and very motivated this week to take action. Libra, Scorpio, Sag. That was Sag, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Capricorn, the Chariot card. Things moving and grooving. An important transformation this week, important change. Looks like you're picking up, hitting the gas pedal, and things are looking good. Aquarius, the Hermit. So you could be feeling like you're a little distant from your Aquarius this week. Some time and space, is bringing some self-discovery. So maybe you're still feeling like, maybe you need space, a little bit more space from Aquarius to understand what's really going on here. And Pisces, Ten of Swords. The end of a difficult situation is coming, right? Some of you are trying to prevent it, but embrace the change and expect things to get better now, is what I'm getting between you and a Pisces, or Pisces in general. So I love you guys. I'm going to jump off here real quick so I can take a quick break before I do the live next. And I'm sorry these went on for a very long time, but they were in depth. I hope you guys enjoyed them. Please comment as much as possible. All you guys, it really does help the video. And I will see you guys soon. And remember, tomorrow I'm going live with just Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. Take care, guys. Thank you to everybody. Thank you, Angel Babe. Thank you, Angel. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Jeff and Carissa. I love you guys. I'll see you soon.